Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Don't talk about the time. Shut the fuck up. I said, don't talk about the time. I said. Oh boy. Um, will he argue again that it's early in a certain time zone? Um, why wouldn't I? Is that wrong? You know, does a valid reason stop being valid after it's used once? Are excuses single use? Hmm? You're gonna kill the planet. It's gonna die because of you. Okay? Recycling is important. So please, okay, accept my recycled excuse. Yes? Okay. Cool. White horse leaks. You know, I still find it really funny that people are just referring to her as a white horse. Like, that's really funny. Hello! Lunar Crystallize will no longer drop crystal shards. It will create a lunar rock construct that contains X amount of geoenergy. Um, when geoenergy is fully consumed, it will do AoE lunar crystallize damage. Not entirely sure what that means, but cool. 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 Ah! Jump scared by 200 out of 200. Uh-oh. You know, I don't need to swap the fucking Aurors before, since she's not triggering the reaction anyways. Joel. For a second there, I was like, how the hell did I get a transient resin? And then I remembered Lud did my IT. Or not Lud, Saluna did my IT. At this point, I'm just outsourcing literally everything on this account. It's fucking hilarious. I wonder if he ended up like making any builds even more scuffed than they already were. Y'all? Most of your characters didn't have bells? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna be honest, though. What the fuck did bro expect? The whole reason why I don't like doing IT is because I just don't have enough artifacts to have all my characters geared at the same time. So every time I play someone new, I have to ungear some people. So most of the time, half of my characters aren't geared. Yansan with 3 priest scroll? But like, yeah. You've been farming artifacts for like 5 years? I haven't. 10? What the hell? I haven't. Bro, most of my fucking resin is spent on stupid-ass fucking Mora. Most people do not have fucking... How many am I at now? Where is it? Is it in The Art of Adventure? No. Is it Immortal Travails? No. The Hero's Journey, I think, right? Yeah. Look at the amount of ley lines I've done. Have you done this many? No, you haven't. Where do you spend all that? I level most of my characters. It's really difficult for someone who doesn't buy the battle pass to level all their characters. It's really fucking expensive. Forgot how many I did, but I got the achievement. The achievement is 800. I have 2,400. Probably want weapons, right? No, I finished leveling the sack yesterday. So what do I want to do next? Maybe sack frag? No, because I use Sugos and Flynn's teams. She's on DDS there. The DDS doesn't need to be leveled. Five Greatsword. Dancy. I like that. That's a good emote. Did it not work? Why is it not showing up on my screen? Maj. Okay, there it is. It's showing up now. Also, at least my internet is fine. Okay. Alright. Well, that's cool. Wait. Chad is completely dead now. What the fuck? None of the emotes work? Oh my god. Oh, fuck. What's going on, man? What's going on? I think Genshin is upset because I started the stream too late. You've been neglecting me, Zajef. How dare you? Okay. I guess I'll probably end up leveling Mona at some point. So I could work on Mona, right? I really don't want to farm either this or this. Dude, how fucked is it that the worst local specialty in the game and the worst boss in the game are used together on the same character For more than one character. How fucked up is that, by the way? Like, actually, how fucked is that? Don't forget the Whopper flowers. Yeah, Whopper flowers are kind of ass too. Oh well. I created another I don't think I need any books, man. Like, maybe I level this now, I guess, but like... Harm Durin. Mats, I'm not planning on getting Durin on this account. For the new event bow? Am I getting the new event bow? Like, am I leveling it? For whom? You know what? Columbina's gonna have the mooning books. I believe. I believe. Agreed, agreed. Mooning.
Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark? Observe.
Defensive mode. Absorption test.
Be silent. Observe. To dust.
Do you think Durin will be important for future Hexen Circle characters? Maybe. Probably. I don't know. Alright. What the... Also, chat, I found another really funny manhwa I actually like. Another isekai slob. It's regression slob. It's called I became the husband of the cult leader. Or the heavenly cult leader. Whatever. It's a Murim manhwa. Inefa. Hello. I'm swapping. There we go. Okay. Tiny little bit of ping here. That's fine. Oh wait, these are... Jesus Christ. It's fine. Where is it?
Rise with the sun. Quick as a flash. On my, let's light it up. Everybody.
I don't know why she's here, but it's fine.
Wrath from the skies.
Where is he?
Incinerate.
I'm not really planning on it. But honestly, maybe. Maybe there's a world.
Burn it down. Control breathing. Start the.
Oh, nice E, Bennett.
Say cheese.
Say cheese.
Plastic surge.
I'll just do this. Why is ohm just a resistor? Because ohms are the units of resistance. Obviously. Duh. Like,
Animal test 6308.
Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark? Observe. Do you fear the dark?
oh well. Okay, physics major? Yes, the only people who are aware of the units, of the concept of resistance are physics major, yep. Mm-hmm.
Prepare to meet your maker. Go claw. Absorption test.
Close your eyes.
Man.
Night falls.
The lag is really fucking bad today. What do you think about quantum theory? It's boring and cringe.
Add Astra.
Your PC can't take the reading slop anymore? I don't read on my PC, I read on my laptop.
Add Astra.
What? It's not... Okay. Jesus Christ. What's going on, man? Like, actually, this... I've never had lag like this before. At least you're logged in. Epic doesn't even work. Oh, so this is not just a me problem? The servers are laggy today. It's a ping problem. I mean, just because it's a ping problem doesn't mean it's not a me problem, you know? The Saints Row C6 increases Hydro app? Yes. Every third wave will apply Hydro twice instead of once at C6. Is it Cloudflare again? Hmm. Hmm.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit
Why are you
down and
guys
enjoy a
spamming
proper meal when you get home.
mpreg?
What I
Hey,
like
what
to
is that
do
amount?
is stack my plate up high, Then
That's not a
squash it
very
all
good
down.
emote.
Take a deep breath and wolf it down and
Shut up, Verissa. Thank you. All right. Where do we spend our resin? Okay, let's see if Saluna did anything with the builds. He didn't fix it. Bro complained about this for like 30 minutes and then didn't fix it. You know, like he noticed that Yonsan didn't have an artifact, and then he just ignored it and started fucking doing IT with the 3 artifacts. Like, he didn't notice until he was in. Why did he not check the builds before going in? Like, that is entirely his fault. I check the gear before I go in. That's what you're supposed to do. I assume his meta characters are built. Why? Why would he assume that my characters are always built? He should check all 28 to 32 characters? Yeah, that's why IT sucks! At the very least, I'd assume your Verissa, Chavois, and Yonsan are always built. Why? He has played Plunge Neuvillette on my account before. Where does he think the artifacts came from? Like, obviously, sometimes those characters aren't built. Obviously. Anyways, whatever. I don't want to farm Mora again. It's so fucking boring. But that's what I should do. But I don't want to. But that's what I should do. But I don't want to. Let's go get our... Let's go offer our Lunoculi. We get a Borderland Shrine of Depths key. Wow. Actually, what if I do weeklies? Uh... 15, 10, 3, 6, 14, 10, 21, 14, 5. What do I need for Durin again? It's these. Yeah, we're gonna need a bunch more. Alright. Alright. Every new IT, I get marginally more lazy with the gearing. I mean, me too. This IT, I didn't even gear. I just let someone else deal with it. True. Oops, that was a bit slow.
Hero incoming! Yeah! Headbutt! Hero incoming! Heads up!
Can I kill it in time?
Charge! Yeah! Yeah! Pyroclastic surge!
Yes. But fuck! I'll take a billet, whatever. We didn't get... Both of the ones we got were the wrong ones. It is what it is. Anyways, what does Yahoda need? Characters, Yahoda. She needs horses. I should have enough, honestly. A buff? Damn, that's fucked up. Not horses, knights? Okay, we get it. You don't have any whimsy in your life. You can't call them horses. They're knights. Shut the fuck up. Okay?
Light it up! Stop right there! Faster! Stronger! Hi! Headbutt! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
The queen should present a united front. Bro, why does the queen have like 3 HP, by the way?
Rise with the sun.
Let's get some energy here, and then let's wait cooldowns.
Burn it down.
Oopsie.
Final warning! Control breathing!
Wrath from the skies. Time to buckle down.
Eee. I got scared for a second there.
Yeah! Kapow! Hero incoming! Yeah! Oof! Justice will prevail! On my...
Rise with the sun. Light of the blazing sun.
See, that was pretty bad, huh?
It is time.
Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah!
We got a horsey! Woohoo! Okay, Cheddar, who told me that's a knight, not a horse, is about to say, actually, it's not called a horsey, it's a horse. Shut the fuck up. If I want to call it a horsey, I'll call it a fucking horsey, and you and fuck you. It's a knight? Shut the fuck up.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
In Arabic, we call the chess knight a horse. Do you actually call it a horse, like, officially? Or do you just colloquially call it a horse? Because people call it a horse in chess in English too. You know? Because they can't be bothered calling it a knight. Stupid odd name. It is officially a horse in Arabic? That's crazy. Anyways, enough horsing around. Let's get back on topic.
Light it up! Drop your weapons!
Quick as a flash.
Wrath from the skies! Time! Yeah!
Enough knighting around? Okay, you're right. You got me. You got me.
Faster. Stronger.
Pyroclastic surge! Time!
Hmm. Okay. Wow. Make a total of 50 wishes. I've done 8. Nice. During early access is out, we can watch some videos. You know what? Sure. Let's do that. Unless we've got some new columbina leaks. Although, I guess I should talk about this. I haven't talked about this yet. Let's talk about it. Details about columbina buffs to lunar charged. C0 gives a 40% lunar reaction damage bonus and some base multiplier bonuses. Constellations give energy. Who cares? Amount of attack buff from doesn't matter. It's constellations. Thunderclouds now attack every 1.5 second. That is something. I don't really know how to feel about that. I feel like the thunderclouds are such a secondary part of the lunar characters kit. It's gonna feel weird. It's gonna be hard to evaluate how good it is based on just how it feels, because it's just, yeah. It should be good, but yeah. Imagine it also makes Brigida hit more faster. That's words. No, probably not. Anyways, questionable. Columbina might be able to convert reactions to their lunar counterparts when moon sign is activated or some other criteria is met. I could see it, honestly. I could see, like, if you have 3 Nogcry characters, you convert reactions to their lunar counterparts. I feel like if it was 2, it would be too nice. Because it wouldn't force you to play a bad unit. Right? Like, if you could make it work with 2, you could always just put Columbina plus Yahuda. And I really don't expect them to make Columbina that good without the other 5 stars. Maybe it's the buff to the reactions is like worse if you get it that way. Not really. I haven't really been keeping up with anime for the past like season, 2 seasons. I've just been reading slop manhwa. Anyways, Columbina may grant a 7 base multiplier, 80 crit damage, and HP buffs with constellations. I feel like a lot of people did not see the with constellations here. Like, all this says about C0 is she gives 40% lunar reaction damage, and she may or may not be able to enable the lunar reactions. That's it. Everything else is cons. I guess the thundercloud's hitting every 1.5 in C0 as well. Maybe this is supposed to be, like, Columbina grants a 7% base multiplier, 80% crit damage, and HP buffs, but only if you have constellations. Rather than those 3 things with constellations. But I don't know. 40% is a bit too low, isn't it? It's not. I think it makes a lot of sense, because... like, from what we've seen of her kit so far, it looks like she's supposed to be a damage dealer herself. So I wouldn't expect her buffing to be that good. Right? Because, like, if she buffs more than I know, but then also has, like, 30k personal DPS, like, wow, you have a fucking 150k DPS Flynn team and a 160k DPS Nefer team. Right? I mean, she shouldn't buff as much. If she does, like, a lot of damage. Anyways. Alright. Let's take a look at this. Calling him a homunculus. That's crazy, man. You can't be calling him the H word like that. Okay. Let's skip the kit explanation. VOD audio? Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Units along with Jurin. I won't delve too deep into their kits, just briefly mention what they do now with some stat breakdowns and extra info at the bottom of the screen. Don't worry, I'll be releasing shortly after either one big video or multiple videos covering all the Hexrai units in depth. But yeah, let's start with his dark mode teams because they are a bit specific and less varied than compared to his white mode. Now, the first team I really liked was with Farina, C6 Benny, and Mona. Since Mona is a Hexrai unit, she helps power up Jurin's first passive, while Mona herself can extend the duration of her Omen debuff on enemy with normal or charge attacks.
Chat.
On top of that, her
SMH
normal and charge attacks also build stacks, which can then be consumed to increase vaporized damage done by others. Also, in this team, Jurin is actually then be consumed
Those charge attacks look slow.
to increase vaporized damage done by others. Also,
Is he just really bad at dash cancels, or did they nerf the animation?
of her Omen debuff on enemy with normal or charge attacks. On top of that, her normal and charge attacks also build stacks, which can then be consumed to increase vaporized damage done by others. Also, in this team, Jurin is actually equipped with
You cursed him by calling the charge attacks good? Yeah.
Hunter's set, since Farina helps enable it. And with C6 Benny, Jurin's normal and charge attacks are infused with Pyro. I just spammed his charge attack with dash cancel. It would also sometimes vape as well, so it could hit for around 100k or more damage, plus his dark mode burst can easily land around 200k damage. As for Mona, after using her burst, I stay with her and land 4 attacks to extend her Omen's duration and power up Jurin's next vape. Plus, she's with Thrilling.
Oh, by the way, chat, I don't know how real it is, but apparently, they fixed the Mona N2 thingy, where like the second hit of Mona's attack string happens less than 0.5 seconds after the first one. So it used to not extend Omen on the N2, so you'd have to do like a full N4 and then another N1, or you'd have to wait a little bit between N1 and N2. And apparently they fixed that. Which, by the way, I called it. I said there's no fucking shot they ever actually expect you to have a wait in your attack string for the basic kit function. No way in hell. But yeah, so it turns out apparently they did fix it,
which will
which is really good, obviously.
boost his attack when swapped to him last. But yeah, it's a really fun team. I believe this is his best dark mode comp, but it would definitely be a lot worse without C6 Benny. On top of that, Mona is only C0 here, but her constellations also have been buffed after she becomes a Hexrai member. And long story short, with C4 Mona, you could expect to increase Jurin's performance here by around 20 to 30%. I'll talk about this more in Mona's Hexrai video. Now, there's also a budget Jurin on-field vape team, or you could call it overvape comp, but with Xingqiu, C6 Benny, and Fischl, it's pretty strong. Not as great as with Mona/Farina, but Fischl is also a Hexrai member. So she now boosts attack by 22.5% when Overload is caused, and EM by 90 when Electrocharge or Lunar Charge is caused. And in this team, you can get both buffs very easily. Not only that, her C6 also got updated, and it doubles the benefits of her Hexrai buff. So in fact, she's providing 45% attack and 180 EM boost, since I enable her C6 here. Just keep in mind, this buff is only applied to Fischl and the on-field unit, not for the whole team. Also, remember how I said initially Jurin was equipped with Noblesse set? Well, usually that's what Benny has, so in that case, you could give Jurin like 2-piece Noblesse and 2-piece 18% attack sets. I don't want to delve too deep here, but Jurin basically doesn't have a good artifact set right now. Usually just use Noblesse, but if somebody else has it, then you can go for 2-piece sets instead, or maybe even Emblem set. But all in all, the gains are minimal for him either way. I'll talk about this more in his guide on release day. But moving over, Dark Durin...
I've seen a lot of calcs with Emblem Durin. Yeah, I mean, Emblem is okay. The main reason to use Emblem is because you already have good Emblem, right? Emblem is going to be very similar to 2-piece is 35% damage bonus. Emblem needs to have 140 ER to be 35% damage bonus. The 2-piece is 20%. So you only need 4 rolls of ER in your substats for Emblem to be a side grade to 2-piece. And if you have more, then it's an upgrade. And a lot of people have really good Emblem because Emblem was the best set to farm for a pretty long time. So for a lot of people, you're just going to go for a piece Emblem. I might have undersold it a little bit in my pre-release, honestly. Because, there are a lot of people that have some good Emblem.
Also work quite fine when he's off-field. And this is the team where Mona acts as on-field Hydro driver, and interestingly enough, this team also runs Albedo with Shilonen. Albedo is yet another Hexerai unit, and he basically can now summon Unbreakable Silver Isotoma, so his damage is consistent now and even boosted, while he provides up to 12% damage boost for all units and 30% more for Hexerai units only. So in this team, Durin, Mona, and Albedo would gain 42% damage boost when he has 3000 defense, while Shilonen would only get 12%, but who cares? Her damage doesn't exist anyway. Still, I would say this team in particular is pretty good. Albedo actually contributes a fair bit of damage. We can see him usually hitting for around 64k with the flower, but Mona on the other hand, yeah, her damage is not impressive. It does become much better at C6 and allows her to become a really good on-field driver thanks to new Hexerai changes, but again, more about that in the Hexerai video. I swear, I need to stop saying this over and over. So if Mona is meh
Call
as
them
an
witches.
on-fielder, how about we invite into the party another dragon? That's right, this
Dragon
team of
these
Millet, Mona,
nuts.
and Shilonen is actually pretty
Sorry.
fun to use. Dark Durin unleashes strong vapes off-field,
Sorry.
and Newbie does his usual Newbie stuff. But let me show you this wacky Melt Durin team. So this comp is made up of Sitlali, Shilonen, and Sucrose. I start with Durin's skill, normal hit, then burst combo, swap to Shilonen, do her 2 kicks after skill. Then when Sucrose shows up, I use both her skill and burst while the enemy still has Pyro Aura on them, then swap to Durin since Sucrose had Thrilling Tales, and when swap cooldown is over, finally swap to Sitlali, do her skill and burst, and then just spam Cryo with her normals. As you can see, Durin actually ends up hitting with a 275k melt. That's pretty impressive. Now, yet again, Sucrose is another Hexerai unit I haven't explained to you.
Don't do
but
that.
she's quite simple. Now, when her Hexerai passive is enabled, her skill boosts everyone's damage by 5.7%.
Do not pyro
and then if burst
infuse
is
her
used,
burst,
additional
please.
7.1% is provided. And at C6, her burst now provides additional 8.5% damage boost for the element it absorbed. So in Durin's case, after I used Sucrose's skill and burst, he gained around 21% damage boost. Pretty nice in addition to her usual EM attack boosting from TTS. Still, I would say this team is a bit unwieldy, and in general, I found much less success with melt variations when compared to vape comps that Dark Durin can excel in. Finally, this Yahoda team with Inefa and Farina is also quite unique for Dark Durin. Basically, with Ascendant Gleam, Yahoda can keep unleashing Hydro attacks from skill and burst, while also providing healing, which helps build Farina's damage percent buff. And then Durin can remain on field afterwards, just dealing physical damage, while his burst can hit for 120k or so vapes. What's also cool, if you keep him on field, you can give him the Sky set to obtain 30% crit rate boost, since the team is in Ascendant Gleam state.
But you have Farina on the team. There's another set you could go.
It's a pretty unique team. Sadly, without him dealing infused pyro damage like he would with C6 Benny, it is a bit worse. But Inefa does make up for it with her own supported damage. Other than that, yeah, that's basically it. These are the best team variations I've found so far for Dark Durin. Of course, there's many more comps out there, but overall, I would say Vape Durin feels best with C6 Benny and 2 other Hydro options, usually Mona and then either Farina or Yalan or Xingqiu. So this leaves us now with White Mode Durin teams, and boy oh boy, let me tell you, there's tons and tons of them. So let me showcase the best ones I found so far. And the best way to start would be with good old Overload comps. In fact, in this team official, Benny and Chevy, Durin actually stays on field since
No, you did not just do a fucking charge attack on Fischl there. Nah.
Benny is C6,
No,
and
you didn't.
honestly, it's pretty freaking strong. The beloved Homunculus is slightly worse than other pyro carries here, but he still gets the job done. And man, do I love spamming his charge attack into dash cancel. It's so fast and so satisfying to use. Kudos for Hoyo giving him such a fun charge attack animation, which also is practical with C6 Benny teams. However, what if we actually go for a dedicated pyro carry like Arlecchino? Well, I tried out several variations of her teams. First one was with Fischl and Benny. Remember, Fischl provides here 45% attack buff for herself and Arlecchino when she's fielded, and it's pretty good. I also decided then later to kick out Benny and put Chevy in his place. This way, no more circle impact gaming, and honestly, it felt about as good as with Benny. But we can also go for Overvape Arlecchino. This way, she and Fischl also gain 180 EM, and with the usual N3 dash cancel combo with Arlecchino, yeah, this one felt best to be honest, at least to me. Definitely faster boss kill time. In fact, you could swap out Arlecchino for any of these teams I've shown with White Durin and use another pyro carry, and it should be fine. Although, what about the new and improved Klee? Since with Hexorite buffs, her playstyle right now is just...
What happens next rotation? I mean, with the Arlecchino one, none of the characters have strict rotation requirements. You can just do vibe-based rotations.
Spam her normal 3-hit combo, and she will unleash coordinated charge attacks for free. Plus, her normal string won't even reset, so you can dash to your heart's content to avoid getting hit, and continue with the onslaught of pyro attacks Klee deals. Also, the Klee I'm showcasing here is C0, but her Hexorite training also improved her C1, C2, C4, and C6, which you can read about here as I yap, but overall, Klee feels really strong with Durin together. Both of them contribute not super big hits, but they happen a lot, especially with Klee. I did see a couple of her coordinated charge attacks landing around 70k damage or so that's pretty good. Who else? Oh my god, that's right, Razor! Man, he actually is so good here. There's a lot of stuff happening with his new kit changes. I don't even want to delve too deep, but long story short, Razor is now like a legit contender for an actually good DPS unit in the year of 2025.
We don't talk about those rotations,
This team
though.
of Razor, Durin, Benny, and Chevy basically allows him to dish out big damage in smaller but fast hits.
We do
As
not
you'll
talk about
notice,
that
this
rotation. What the heck was that?
hardest hitting attack is 70k in Electro or so. But how he works right now is that with Hexorite enabled buffs,
70k sounds really low, actually. 70k sounds so low. Like, I hit 70k on live.
his sigils are super easy to obtain, and he can land additional attacks when they overflow, which will happen when using the skill. As you'll notice, I am dash cancelling out of his 4th hit, and after using the skill, he still has that 1.0 jank in him. So without dash cancels, he would be miserable to play and his DPS would nosedive. On a side note, he also
It might just be really bad
badly
artifacts.
needs
I don't know.
C6 Benny to work, similar to how on-field Durin works. But yeah, let me know guys if you want me to make a full-on Razor guide video. I am not sure if there's a demand. I was a Razor main in the early days, so press like on this video to let me know if you're interested. But let's move away from overload comps and visit the nowadays meta for a minute. I am of course talking about Flint's team. Usually his best comp is him, Innefa, Aino, and Sucrose. Well, with Durin, now Innefa gets replaced by Fischl to enable Hexorite buffing, and overall, I'd say this team is about as good as his premium meta comp. Maybe slightly worse, but it's quite impressive overall, and Flint's can dish out usual 300k lunar
Is he gonna look at any of the Mona stuff?
charge hits now with the additional official and Durin also providing good sub DPS damage. There's also Burgeon
Nope.
Durin with Lauma. I wouldn't recommend running Burgeon Durin without Lauma since she provides so much buffing for bloom comps. But as you'll notice, Durin is actually built here with
What the fuck is Kogomi doing here? She thinks she's on the fucking team or something? Like, what the
full
hell?
EM, while Kokomi with Nivelette act as Hydra Pliers. It's good. It's actually really good against multiple enemies, and I've had a ton of fun with this comp. Sadly,
Like, actually, what the fuck is Kogomi doing? Her burst applies to you, Hydro. True! But, like, the off-field Hydro doesn't even help, right? Because she's gonna vape, but she's not gonna Burgeon. Unless you're applying twice. But, like, if you're gonna be doing that, you can get the same result from a character that isn't Hydro, like Escoffier or something, that actually does damage. And that can give Nevilette a stack.
none of the buffing from Durin matters here, since he
SMH.
can't shred Hydra resistance for Nuvi.
Is this the worst Gacha Gamer video ever? I mean, it's not that bad. Like, you gotta understand, Durin is the character that has the most teams we've ever had. Like, missing a few things is very understandable.
and so the Dragon Boy is literally utilized for his off-field pyro
Wouldn't Mona be better for Hexarite buff? I mean, yeah, but it's kind of cringe.
application. That's it. Now, stepping into Natlan, I want to talk about probably my most favorite team with White Durin, and that is Kinich comp with Albedo and Iansan. Albedo is there to help enable Hexarai. He only gives that small 12% damage buff for Kinich. However, Albedo is also equipped with Deepwood to shred enemies' danger resistance. And
Ain't no
man,
way.
even at C0, Kinich can fire off 300k cannon shots. That's something that I would expect from C2 Kinich. But with so much buffing he's getting here, resistance shred and noblesse buff from Durin, Iansan's Cinder City set plus her attack buffing, and then Albedo giving a small damage boost plus Deepwood set. Yeah, this is now one of my favorite comps. Now, granted, I don't believe I was able to trigger Cinder City for Durin here too, and you could remove now small damage boost plus Deepwood set. Yeah, this is now one of my favorite comps. Now, granted, I don't believe I was able to trigger Cinder City for Durin here too, and you could remove Albedo from the team and use Emily instead. This way, even if the team only gets to now shred 20%, Durin could also equip Deepwood while Emily is on her Reverie set, so now she hits hard and Kinich does so as well. Or heck, you could kick out Emily and use Benny
You could if you did the rotation correctly. Yeah, it's definitely doable. But it's annoying because you need Kenich's burst for it.
instead of her. Now
like,
Kinich
ugh.
gets a ton of attack
Ugh.
buffs. So yeah, if you get Durin, Kinich mains are gonna be eating good. Now, another Natlan unit that gets to enjoy Durin's company would be Mulani. Although, I'll be honest, in this team with Mona and Sucrose, in reality, the main reason why Mulani is so good is thanks to Mona and Sucrose Hexarai buffs. Durin is mostly there to just provide off-field power replication, so that Mulani can vape then. Honestly, I would even consider running Dark Durin here instead of White mode, even if he won't really get to vape unless you go up
Oh,
against
I was like,
groups
how
of
the fuck did bro get 4 chomps? But right, he's a Natlan.
enemies. Then you better keep him on White mode so everyone gets pyro application. Now, another really cool team I enjoyed was Burning Load Clorant with Durin, Fischl, and Dendro unit, this time being Baiju.
Yeah.
And it's pretty simple. You use Baiju first, then Fischl,
He called it burning load, chat. I'm proud of him.
then Durin, and finally use Clorant's burst and spam her skill with normals. This way, while the enemy is burning, the reactions of Overload and Aggravate still get triggered due to how the auras interact from Electro. And honestly, I think from now on, I'm gonna be using Clorant way more often. Sure, her DPS isn't super huge, but her hits can aggravate, and with Durin's and Fischl's off-field damage support, plus comfy healing and shielding coming from Baiju, this team was excellent, and in fact, I gave Clorant Thundering Fury set, which can almost, or I think immediately allows her to reactivate her skill when it's over. Not always useful, but good to have to finish off enemy. Last few comps with less commentary, double Geo team with Navia and Albedo plus Durin and Benny was alright. It didn't wow me, but that's been the case with Geo overall, although I still think this comp was pretty strong and gave me an excuse to run Albedo yet again. Though, if you do want some usual broken power, then Chaska with Durin, Mona, and Benny won't disappoint you, and it did wonders for me, which is what usually you can expect from Chaska comps. Just keep in mind, only her Pyro Bullets will deal increased damage from shredding, Hydro won't get shredded by White Durin. Now, I was keeping the last as the best. Well, best in my opinion in terms by White Durin.
This team does not, actually.
Now,
'cause you're not,
I was keeping the last as the
you're
best.
not swirling
Well,
pyro. Like,
best in my
almost ever here. I guess he'll twirl pyro sometimes, actually. Never mind.
In terms of wacky fun. There's also Hexarai Venti. If you haven't heard, this guy is now a main DPS, and I even equipped him with the new signature bow. And in this team of Durin, Farzan, and Benny, I didn't think we would see this in our timeline, but Venti's skill now literally can hit for over 100k damage. What is happening right now? Okay, so in a nutshell, with Hexarai enabled, when Venti's burst is deployed, him causing a swirl makes it so that he gains 50% damage boost, and his burst will release an additional 135% damage hit. Not only that, but during the burst, his normal attacks become these Windsunder arrows, which have a pretty big multiplier and can pierce. And he can extend with them burst duration by additional 2 seconds. So yeah, he slaughters groups of enemies now so easily. And with all the buffing he's getting, because remember, Durin shreds 35% of Animo and Pyro when Venti causes a swirl, plus there's Animo shredding coming from Farzan.
Sorry, I'm I'm like not yet. I can't focus on what they say when they use this song because I have to you know. What's up, Jamie? Green Yoimiya, yeah. Pretty much all of the witch buffs are like have been shown in like official showcases now, right? What do you think about them? What do you think about the Razor being welcomed into the 100k club? What do you think about Arlecchino being the like 7th best pyro carry? Thoughts? Any thoughts, Jamie? I think they aren't finished. They aren't finished yet. I actually cooked up a new artifact set. Want to see? Sure. Send it. I agree, though. They're definitely going to release an artifact set for the witches. Because it's like, they went out of their way to choose multiple characters that don't have good set options. I feel like it has to be because they want to make a set. And use normal attacks a lot. I don't think it's going to buff normal attacks. Because the set bonus is definitely going to be coming relatively soon. Probably the patch after this one, right? And that's likely going to be Columbina. And I don't expect them to release Columbina and then also release artifact sets that don't do anything for her. Alright, like, this isn't even leaks because we don't have any reliable stuff for artifact information. But I'm like 99% sure there's going to be a new artifact domain that has a witch set and a lunar set. And the witch set is going to work on Durin. So there's no shot it's something that's reliant on normal attacks. Maybe it's a set that can, like, have 2 different functions, kind of like Skirk's set, though. I DM'd it to you? Okay, let me take a look. Open link. Rated out of 10. While the equipping character has the Hexarray tag, their damage dealt is increased by 15%. Okay. When the party has Hexarray Resonance, the equipping Hexarray character increases their crit damage by 45% and normal attack speed by 10%. If they're off field, all party members' attack is increased by 10%. Effects cannot stack. I don't think they'd do something like this. A dynamic buff that deactivates when you swap to the character that wears it, I think would be too counterintuitive, and I don't think they'd make something like that. Or like before even thinking about the the balance aspect, I think that game design wise, this would feel too counterintuitive to play, and I don't think they want that. Right, the sets that incentivize being off-field don't deactivate immediately when you swap to the characters. Golden True, Husk, right? They take a few seconds before deactivating. It doesn't deactivate. Well, it says effects cannot stack, so you're either getting the attack speed buff or the party-wide attack buff. So if you're on field, it means you're deactivating the attack buff. And that feels wrong. I mean, the attack buff doesn't stack. Oh. Okay. I see. So would you have like a 1 or 2 second like timer before the buff gets deactivated when you swap to the character then? Because if you put that, I think that could work. But I don't know how I feel about this. Because, like, they do normal attacks, but there's another thing. But not all of them do, right? Because Durin also doesn't have a set. And Durin can be played on field. But, like, no part of his kit directly incentivizes that. So I don't think... Even his constellations that buff him as a carry don't really change whether you want to use him on field or off field, right? Nothing affects him being on field. Another thing that I think actually applies to all the witches, though, is amount of burst hits. Because Klee doesn't do a lot of burst damage, but she has a lot of burst hits. Razor gets a burst hit on every attack. And Durin is a burst off-fielder. Right? I guess it wouldn't work on Mona carry if you do that. But honestly, I feel like Mona carry already has set options, so it's not as important. And Mona carry is pretty much a C6 only thing, so it's like, meh. Fischl does burst hits. Fischl doesn't need a set, though. The characters that need sets are not the... Like, Fischl doesn't need a set. Sucrose doesn't need a set. Albedo doesn't need a set. You could tweet that to be more like Echoes if you want. Yeah, like, something that works kind of like Echoes based on burst hits. I could see being pretty good. Ping players. I mean, it wouldn't have to be like Echoes in the ping reliance thing. The reason why Echoes is ping reliant is because it has a dynamic chance to proc. And in the back end, for them to calculate that, they need to ping the server, right? Because they decided to have that being calced server side instead of client side, right? It's not because on-hit effects are inherently ping reliant. It's because the way they coded Echoes was ping reliant. But if they just don't make it chance-based, just make it like each hit gets a certain increase, or each hit gives you a certain amount of stats, or whatever. Because another interesting thing is that none of those characters snapshot. So it could be dynamic stats. But yeah, Jamie, I don't know if you've seen, but Molani is getting some fucking insane upscale with the Mona buffs. Like, it's actually fucking crazy. Fucking plus 30k for fun. Oh well.
So yeah, from my experience so far, I think he's up there if not better than Wanderer or Shao. Strong words, I know, although Animo units haven't been top of the meta anyway, and Venti does feel best against groups of enemies.
Have you tier listed the buffs yet? A while ago. I haven't done it in a little bit. The thing is, it's kind of hard to tier list because it's like, it's not just about how good they are now, it's also about how good the buffs themselves are, right? Should we tier list them again? I'm down. What was this? Oh yeah, this is how fun characters are to theory craft. Right. Okay, let's tier list the buffs. Last pre-patch impressions on the witch buffs. Uh... How should we rank them? Should we rank them based off of how good they are with the buffs? Or how big the buffs are? Guards? In terms of satisfying buff. Oh. So, like, whether, like, what I think about the buffs design-wise? I'm down. That sounds like a fun tier list. Yeah, I guess Durin didn't get buffs. That's just his kit. Okay. I can do this really quickly, though, then. Razor buffs in S. Klee buffs, Albedo buffs, Mona buffs in A. Sucrose buffs in B. Official buffs in B. Venti buffs in C. I don't think any of the buffs are like actually bad. So I'm fine with an MTD. Explain Venti C. It's very clear. It's very clear to me that Venti's buffs are not designed around him as a carry. They want to make Venti not feel completely awful to go for in order to bait you to get Venti for Varka. And like they're turning Venti into another Inefar Llama, basically. I don't like the direction they went with it. I think both Sucrose and Fischl didn't need buffs. Sucrose was in a much better spot than Fischl. So the very small buff is like, whatever. Fischl got a bit of a bigger buff. And I don't think she needed it, but I'm not, like, unhappy with it either. Mona definitely, like, could have, like, she can use the buff for sure. Honestly, go craft a prototype Amber right the fuck now, chat. Alright? If you have Molani, if you play Molani ever, go craft a prototype Amber right now. It is going to change your life. I don't think they improved Mona interrupt resistance or attack speed, which could be disappointing. I don't think it's a big deal. But oh well. Yeah, Albedo buffs I'm actually pretty happy to see. He definitely needed them. And they're not enough to make you feel bad for not having him, but they are enough to make him very usable if you have him, which is really nice for people that went for him back in the day. Klee buffs are numbers-wise, I'm really happy with them. Design-wise, I don't know how to feel about it, because they were like basically reworking her gameplay and almost removing her skill expression, right? Because they're making her attack strings faster, they're removing N1W, and they're giving you a larger incentive to focus more on your normal attack strings rather than charge attacks. Which is effectively going to simplify Klee gameplay and make her a brain-dead normal attack spammer. And I feel like we didn't need one more of those. Right? So I'm not too happy about the identity shift that Klee is getting. But she definitely is glad to see the numbers go up. And then the Razor buffs are basically, like, The only issue I have with the Razor buffs is that so much of it is at C6. I think the biggest problem with that isn't actually the crit value being at C6, it's the sigil generation being at C6, right? The Razor's ability to generate 3 sigils at once being stuck at his C6, I think is really unfortunate. Because the thing that allows him to generate 3 sigils makes his kit actually functional. It makes you want to use his whole D, right? Oh yeah, by the way, JB, did you see all the Razor energy generation stuff? When you play Razor, Bennett, Durin, Chevreuse, because Razor is the only Electro on the team, and you always swap from him to Chevreuse, he's the only non-Chevreuse character that triggers Overload while on field. Which means Chevreuse's C1 will always work on him and not on someone else. And you can get it twice per rotation, so that's 12 flat energy from that. Then he does a total of 2 E's while he's at full sigils. So that's another 14 energy from this. Right? And then he finishes at full sigils. And his opening rotation is hold E, dash, normal for the C6 proc, burst. The hold E generates 15 from consuming 3 sigils. The normal attack generates 3 sigils. The burst consumes 3 sigils again. So he's generating a total of 56 flat energy. Which means his burst cost is 24. And he catches the hold E particles right after doing the N1 with the C6, so he has 60% extra ER when he catches his own particles. Like, this is so nice. You still get the Chevreuse C1 procs on the later rotations? Yeah. Yeah. Only thing I dislike about the buffs is that the first Razor skill during burst doesn't trigger the Hexerai effect. Feels awkward. I mean, I think that's fine, right? Because the Hexerai effect, I don't think is intended to just buff his skill as a whole. I think it's intended to give you an upside to generating sigils once you're already full. Because, like, by default, his skill generates sigils, right? And generating sigils is a useful thing. Right, the buff is basically giving you a reward for overflowing sigil generation. It's not intended to make his skill better as a whole. It's intended to make you not feel bad about generating sigils when you're already full. So I don't actually mind it personally. The streets are saying Columbina is a siege win upscale. Bro, I don't think that's a very difficult bar to clear, honestly. Wait, did we finish the video? I think we didn't. Yeah.
That still stays true. Although, even in Stygian's new upcoming rotation, he kicks butt hard. So yeah, it's hilarious to see Venti back from the dead. So, what do I think about Duran Duran? Well, I think it's easy to see that this guy is basically going to end up in almost any team. Some will perform as usual, some better, some slightly worse. Overall, I wouldn't say that he is a massive improvement over any team, although few that come to mind that definitely can use him as an upgrade would be Knichkomp's, Claran's Burning Low team felt great, and of course, Duran's own teams where he's utilized in dark form can be powerful. But as I said at the start of the video, the catch is that he desperately wants C6 Benny, so he can then spam his Pyro-infused charge attacks. Otherwise, you do lose out on a lot of extra DPS if he would be spamming just regular physical damage. So yeah, if you want to play on
He forgot Varessa. SMH my
field
head.
vape or sometimes melt Duran, he needs C6 Benito. But as you saw, his dark mode can work off-field pretty well. The only drawback with him right now is that he doesn't have a good or consistent artifact set. Same goes for weapons. Like Finale
Watch
of the
Seven's
Deep
video?
Free-to-Play option
Sure.
doesn't always trigger its
We
pass.
can watch Seven's video. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's just 7 plus on YouTube.
Today I'm here to talk about none other than Durin. I've been playing him for a while, so I had the chance to test him, calculate all of his builds, and try many of his teams against the upcoming Stygian rotation.
Don't call him 6-7, please.
He's a unit I'm genuinely hyped about. High damage potential, great buffs, and it plays in an absurd number of teams. On top of that, he's tied to a new system, kind of a resonance, that's being added to the game and buffs some of the OGs of Genshin. And honestly, I couldn't be happier with these changes. Disclaimer, this is an early access video, but it will serve as a full guide with everything you need to know about
It says times
Let's
2,
go
but
in
it's
order.
not times 2.
Durin is a Hexerite character, and if your party has at least 2 of them, a special talent becomes active.
I'm gonna refresh.
Today, I'm here to talk about
What the?
skill I used much. He also has 2 slightly different elemental bursts and a cool attack string that, for once, we actually get to use. Looking at his kit, Durin is a Pyro Sword user, but generally he will be a non-fielder and support. Thanks to his skill, he can access 2 different playstyles. Both deal a good amount of damage, but have some differences, focusing either on support or damage. These 2 playstyles change his burst, animations, and a passive talent. To choose which one you want to play, after the skill cast, you either press the skill again, or you do a normal attack. When another skill is used, he will enter the confirmation of purity state. I'll just call this light mode. This is the support-oriented one. Doing a normal attack instead makes him enter the denial of
Okay,
darkness.
we can skip the basic kit explanation. Niche details.
Damage for the team. Now let me go over a few niche aspects I noticed that I didn't include in the kit section so it wouldn't get too complicated. First off, you can totally press his burst without using his skill, and it will default to his support mode. And this might create interesting scenarios, especially in Abyss, where you can cast it directly and then get the massive energy from his skill twice before the next cast. It only has 12 seconds of cooldown after all. We can also use the skill and then later on use the burst. It will give us a buff indication on the HP bar that will remind us which playstyle will be selected next. There is also some weird play that is possible with Sacrificial, but while there is no apparent cooldown between the 4 pyro particles, there is a 6-second one for the energy refound of the skill. Honestly, you're not using this weapon anyway. Then, either playstyle also has a few differences for the burst. The light mode has a very nice AoE that is either around you or around the closest enemy. Plus, hitting multiple targets doesn't consume any extra Ascension 4 stacks, which makes Durin pretty good in AoE. Now let's look at build options and a few calcs I prepared. First off, talent priority. Almost all of his damage comes from his burst. This is really cutting things. For stats, everything is not recommended. A set like Noblesse can still provide very meaningful buffs, since he enjoys both parts of it, although this won't have the best uptime. So this. Time. The weapon also tricks that don't need much explaining, so So let's jump to Wolffang. This Battle Pass weapon cannot gain stacks when Durin is off-field, 70% and it's finally time to days. So, Sucrose, Albedo, Klee, Venti.
Okay. It's just a lot of
Crazier
recapping.
thing is you can have both in a team
yapping.
you
Okay.
can join in. Looking at support Durin, we basically have a Rash Shredder with great off-field damage. And this resistance decrease is even for teams that didn't previously have an easy way to obtain one. This will only stop working for Hydro and Cryo, but works for everything else as long as the reaction is triggered.
That is fearless.
Even something like Geo or Anemo or Dendro, which makes tackling
so much
things
fucking
a
HP,
bit of a
Jesus
hard
Christ.
task, since there are so many we can make. But one thing that will be easily overlooked is the reaction aspect. Let's say you want to play DPS Venti and slot in Bennett, Durin and Furina. Well, are we actually triggering Pyro Swirl to buff Venti here? Even if you managed it during the setup, the uptime would just be 6 seconds. So it's vital to keep in mind that we need the team to have ongoing pyro reactions for this to work. Let's go in order and check all the archetypes and elements one by one, starting from something I expect to become pretty popular. The new Overload Core. Thanks to this two, we can make very strong teams for Klee, Arlecchino, Varesa, technically Durin himself, Razor, and honestly almost any pyro or electro carry. And we could also not go for 2 Hexerai and adapt the teams to include someone like Jansen for Varesa or Mavuika. And here, Shivers is a no-brainer, but before C6, she's still good, don't get me wrong. It's just that the big Rash Red is a bit less wanted when Durin is already providing it. Nonetheless, the core can be extended to her, making the last slot just your Pyro or Electro DPS. And you can't really go wrong with it. And after this, we start seeing a pattern of Durin being really strong, but technically not vital, unless he's required for his Hexerai status. But while
Chat, I feel good about myself. Watching Seven play a character that he's not as used to as Mavuika, and being like, I can play better than this guy, it makes me feel good about myself.
still being able to carve himself a spot almost everywhere. Geo damage dealers can utilize his off-field damage and rest, but likely require Albedo and face the competition of giving up the off-field damage for more buffs with someone like Shilonen. Although here, some like Noel and Itto are a bit outdated and even Navia often struggles to keep up. Also, we have a big problem, especially with Noel slotting in Furina as we explained earlier. We then have Danger teams, but really that
Didn't fucking talk about the Xianyun teams with Noel. SMH my head.
is just either Burgeon teams or Kinech. Focusing on reactions and actually going full elemental mastery on Durin is not as bad as an idea as it might sound, as long as Lauma is also there. After all these years, we kind of still don't have a great way to use this reaction, as most pyro units are just very awkward to play around for one reason or another. Damage-wise, you will need Lauma to stay competitive, but Durin is a pyro option with perfect AoE application and an easier time getting his burst. Kinech on the other hand can 100% be supported by Durin, replacing or more like freeing up Mavuika for other teams. This can include Emily or Janssen, but fails to activate his Hexerai passive unless we stretch it to Fischl or Albedo. Moving on, Anemo teams really enjoy Durin. Here, he will either support together with Faruzan or replace her. As an example, this is one of the best teams for DPS Venti, which is becoming surprisingly good, and I'm releasing a video just about him very soon. Durin can also do the same to Wanderer and Shao, and technically is also an off-fielder that fully works for Chaska. And finally we have Hydro, and before looking at Dark Durin,
I don't think N2RR is the best for Venti. When I was looking at Venti stuff, I didn't look at it that much, so maybe I missed something. But N2RR kind of looked like ass. Cause, I guess it's fine. I don't know.
there is still a spot in here somewhere for his support.
Today's stream, 7 did say that you might even just do N6. Yeah, like, when I looked at the frame data, I was getting that, like, the best R cancel was, like, 5% ahead of just doing the full attack string. What is R? RR. It's when you press R on a bow user, you enter aiming mode. And when you press R again, you exit aiming mode. So you can press R twice in quick succession to reset your attack string. I think I've seen most of the good players today do in 3D or in 5D. I don't think in 5D is good. I think it's N3 or N6 that you want to do. But like it's especially noticeable on Goro, right? But obviously I'm not good enough to do that well. I can do it pretty decently on like Yoimiya. The thing about Goro is like it's basically impossible to do without controller, because controller allows you to bind entering aiming mode to your trigger, like your left trigger or right trigger or whatever. And when you bind it to left trigger, releasing left trigger makes you exit aiming mode. So you only need one button press to enter and exit instead of two, which makes it way easier to do, right?
Let's go out.
Pretty sure it's binded by trigger by default. Oh, I see. But yeah, like with Yoimiya, and it's faster than a dash cancel, or just waiting out the animation. And from what I've looked at with Venti,
Give me a moment.
the best ones are N3. Oops. And N6. I didn't let it go through. I didn't let it go through again. Fuck. Right, this is N2. And I don't think it's as good as N3. But also, the less attacks you do before your RR cancel, the harder it is to do. Because you have to do it more often. Right?
Playstyle. That is when Durin is still able to trigger whatever reaction he needs to shred resistance, even if Hydro is there. For
That's
example,
why it's pretty easy to do on Yoimiya, by the way. Because you do it after the N5, so you only have to do it like 3 times.
a Flint's team, Burgeon, or teams that include Overload plus Vaporites reactions. In here, technically Light Durin is still working just fine as a support for himself and Electro, or Dangero with the extra reaction damage. Or even just because Light Durin applies Pyro better than his Dark version and enables the Exerai buff for other units, he can even fit teams where his Rest Shred doesn't work. This can be the case for Moalani, but here Mona is doing much of the heavy lifting of the team. The story of Dark Durin is much different. While his light version goes pretty much everywhere, as you might have noticed, the dark one is doing absolutely nothing but increase his own Vaporites and melt damage.
Oh my
meaning
god, the
that there
rotations are
only
actually
2
good. Let's
plus
go!
1 things we can do. Slot him in
Well,
a
are they
trio
good,
team,
actually?
Meaning is doing his light version goes pretty. The story of Dark Durin is much different. While his light version goes pretty much everywhere, as you might
I
have
don't know
noticed.
about that, actually. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to Mona EQ, then Durin EQ, then Mona N4, and then back to Durin.
The dark one
Because you want to get a larger portion of the Durin, like 10 seconds of hyper uptime overlapping with your buffs.
is doing absolutely nothing but increase his own Vaporites and melt damage, meaning that there are only 2 plus 1 things we can do. Slot him in a cryo team where we apply a lot of the element, he stays off field, and does as much damage as possible. I don't think this is going to be played all that much. We can then slot him in a Hydra team where he's off field, and here's the Hydra aura will be very easily sustained by almost anything, and this opens up for playstyles like on-field Mona, with the new buffs, or Novilet and similar teams where we just make sure he's simply triggering Vaporites. And then the probably most fun version of this playstyle, on-field Durin. With the help of Bennett C6 and a fairly forgiving charge attack playstyle, we have the possibility of playing what looks like to be one of the seriously best on-field pyro carries. And this playstyle is kind of a group effort. You want Bennett with his C6, but you also kind of want Mona.
Why don't you get early access? Because I'm not an official content creator.
And with as many constellations as possible, up to C4. It still works as C0, it's just that almost every single of our constellations up to C4 is kind of pretty strong, especially 1 and 4. Then the only thing left is provide some extra Hydro up to sustain his Vaporizers. This can be Furina, Yelan or Zinchu, technically more. This gets worse if you don't have Bennett C6, as you lose the Vapes and generally extra Pyro hits. But why not do this with Melt and get even more damage? Well, you kind of just can't. Pyro on Cryo is a forward reaction. Basically, he will consume all the enemy aura on every melt, easily establishing a Pyro aura, especially with Bennett C6. Then it's also hard to fit 2 Hexerai in a team like this, but I guess maybe some very sweaty rotation could allow someone like Sucrose to help out. I think I covered pretty much everyone. So, are we pulling for Durin? To be honest, while he's a fantastic generalist, I also see how an account might not see as much value from him. Namely, accounts that rely a lot on units like Skurk or Malvika or Nether, not really having a huge spot for Durin. But otherwise, he's just incredible, and I was surprised by his damage even as an on-fielder. With everything that is happening in this patch, I couldn't be happier. As someone that started the game when it released, it's so nice to put the spotlight on these old characters, and Durin is able to help that and create new with the spotlight on the happier. As someone that started the game when
I thought he was talking when he was released. Like, what do you mean? I don't think you're a new player, 7, please.
Help that and create new, actually competitive teams. Stay tuned on this channel as I will upload a few pretty in-depth videos about the other Hexerai characters in the upcoming days. Thank you for watching, good luck on your pulls, and see you next time.
Now that I think about it, there might be something to be said about how... Oops. How N3 makes you move backwards too much, which can make you leave Bennett Burst. I don't know. Oh well. Thoughts about making Pyro carries tier list? Just to rage bait Arlecchino mains? Just be like me, don't cover leaks, but don't get early access either. No way. Worst of both worlds. Oh, that's really unfortunate, actually. I don't know why. Why didn't you get early access? Did they just, like... Did they random check you? Is that what happened? Were they like, I'm sorry, Jamie KB9V. I'm looking at your average concurrent viewership, and you're not at the threshold we need. Sorry. Ha! Cause like, why wouldn't they why wouldn't they invite you? Actually, like.
What?
Whatever. They just have zero contact with CC if you're not in their program. Are you not in one of the programs? Damn. That's cooked. By the way, chat, that's one of the reasons why I don't fucking bother with any of the, like, official content creator bullshit. Their communication with content creators is fucking terrible. It's really bad. Also, did you guys know that I'm banned from the official Genshin Discord server? I don't even remember why. It's from, like, 2021. I think it was for leaks. Probably rage baiting the devs. I was never active in the server, so it probably isn't that. I don't know if I have a single message. I feel like I don't. But oh well. It is what it is. Biggest Genshin streamer banned from the official server. Yep, that's me. I'm the biggest Genshin streamer. Mm-hmm. Yup. That's me. Call me John Genshin, actually. Zajef play Miliosra? No, thank you. Biggest stall streamer? Yeah, do I even count as a Genshin streamer? Like, let's be so for real right now. Anyways. Oh. Skirkanara's here. Hello. I was talking about outsourcing stuff on my account lately. And I was thinking I should have you do my IT because you actually like the modes. But Saluna already did it, so GG. Anyway, chat, should we get our stall out of the way? Next IT is in 4 days. That's true. I still have to do IT on the other account. It will take like 10 hours. I take it very seriously. Them. We stare. We pound. Let's zilch. We... It can't be hotel. Low. No. Is this a word? It is a word. Okay, I don't know what the fuck a hovel is. Is it like a shovel without the S? This combination of letter just looks like a word. You know, I don't know what it is, but it looks like a word. It looks like it would be a real word, you know? Like, this is what... This is a word that you would come up with if you're someone who doesn't speak English that tries to, like, write dialogue of people speaking English in a story, right? Anyways. Wait. Alright. Dog. Edged. Okay, I don't think it's dog. Because this is like birdie. I think. Well, maybe not. Okay, clearly not. Maybe. I don't know. Redundant word before result. End result. Passengers walkway on a 1 or 6 across. What? The Wolverine to Chicago's Union Station. What? Oh yeah, we had "you're out" before, and it pissed me off. Okay, I think it is birdie then. Oh, bus. Greyhound buses. Usage, maybe? More like a fox. What? Past tense verb that sounds like a number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Aisle. Train. Easy clap. Okay. Alright, let's do the angle. That was a pretty slow mini, but I feel like it was a hard one, so I'm okay with it being slow. I think that's like 21. So 340 or 339. 341. 342. It was 18, not 21. Close enough. Close enough. Shit. Is that Boruto? That's probably Boruto, right? Yeah. Oh, you guys can't see this one. That's not ReZero, right? No, okay. What the fuck is that? I definitely can't show that. I have no clue what this is. Right, that makes sense. That's interspecies reviewers. That's, yeah, I definitely can't show that. Well. Dude, what the fuck happened to my starter Pokemon? Jesus Christ. What? What happened to them, man? Jesus Christ. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Well, that's fine. Chat, it's cooked. I don't know any of these. Chat, it's so cooked. I don't know any of these. I'm pretty sure this is from a popular thing, but I don't know which popular thing. This is clearly from a sports anime whose target audience is women. But which one? That's the question. Is it Kuroko? Is it Free? I think it's probably Kuroko. No. Grand Blue. Okay, I was completely off the mark. It's fine. Whatever. Let's move on. I don't know any of these either. I'm fucking cooked as hell. Jesus Christ. Oh no. This is gonna be a 0, isn't it? Shit, I don't know any of these either. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Chat, help me out for this one. Gore manga recent good. Huh. Gore recent good. Chainsaw Man? That's a good guess. Chainsaw Man is a great guess, actually. Not as recent, better than Chainsaw Man. Huh. Vinland Fantasy? That doesn't... Is that tagged with gore? Or Vinland Saga? Whatever. I said well, whatever. There is a lot of gore. I guess. I didn't really register the gore, though. Because it doesn't feel gratuitous. Oh well. Let's fix this. Alright. I've definitely heard this, but I don't know what it's from. Yeah. I feel like they use this opening like every week. I feel like they use it every fucking week. I've also heard this one, but I don't know if it's because I watched it or because it's been used before. But I definitely recognize this start. No, I don't think it's something I've watched. Oh, is that the... No, it's not. No, it's not. I saw the tall guy with white hair and I was like, is that Mushishi? But that's clearly not Mushishi. Okay, well... I don't know what this is. It's clearly a romance story where one of the main characters is deaf. Because bro just used sign language, so unless he was just, like, gesturing for fun. But I don't know what it is. A sign of affection. Should I watch it, chat? Yes. Mid. It's peak. Yes. Nah. Sure. Nah. I don't know. Okay, bet. I'll listen to you. Yep, bananas. You don't know. Don't know. I didn't know they made the Hello Kitty anime. That's crazy. I have no idea what the hell this is. Cat shit 1. What? Cat's eye. Okay. Oh, it's a dog. Damn. Cooked. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of this before. It's fine. 25k is acceptable, honestly. Honestly, saved by the Vinland Saga. Holy. Please look up cat shit 1. Yeah, wait. Oh. It's a short. .8. The Carrots Military Service Special Unit, Cat Shit 1, is an elite private military fighting force. I need to watch that, bro. Yeah, why are they fucking bunnies, man? That's not cats. They're not even cats. Okay, whatever, man. Should we do the OST guesser? Let's do the OST guesser. Who is that again? Who is it? Was that Linny? I'm not sure. No. Lynette? Yeah. Good enough. Alright. Don't know equal French? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it sounded French. I can't tell. It's too short. That's Sumeru, right? No? Really? No, it's not. Yeah. The like wind instrument sounded Sumeru, but the rest doesn't. What the fuck is this? This kind of sucks. Don't know equal Fontaine, but this does not sound like Fontaine at all. The fuck is that? Maybe it's not crime music. Yeah. Because they've got a lot of wind instruments in Nodcry. Let's listen to the whole thing. I don't really recognize it. Which one is Paha? That's the Fatui one, right? Fatui, yeah, okay. 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 That's alright. Do a Slay the Spire tier list. True! Should we record a video today? And if so, what should we talk about? I kind of want to get, because I'm kind of burnt out right now. But, like, when I have videos to record, it kind of, like, forces me to have things to do on stream.
I bet the crop's back
So if I come up with video ideas I want to make, it would help me, like, not end stream after 2 hours, basically. Because I feel like I don't really want to do anything else today. Right? Please, that Linny Cows. I've already done a little bit. There's not that much to say about Linny, though. Like, Durin's gonna help him a lot because it's gonna help him not need Bennett as much. Linny's biggest problem is his reliance on Bennett. Which makes him feel kind of awful. Because Bennett uptime sucks to deal with. Right? Because, like, you want to get as many stacks on your E as possible before you use it. So you don't want to use your E early. But in order to get all 5 stacks on your E, you need to do a lot of stuff before you E. And sometimes Bennett buff isn't enough time for it unless you do really good cancels. And so in practice, you end up either feeling really bad and using your E at 3 or 4 stacks, or using your E when your Bennett buff is gone, and it fucking tickles the enemies, and it just feels so bad, right? And it's gonna feel so much nicer when you don't have to deal with Bennett.
I bet the crops back in the orchard are loving this weather. Guess the Saurians won't have to water them today.
But oh well.
What?
Oh well. The video about your thoughts on how Hoyo might handle buffs in the future. I don't know if that's actually, like, interesting. Like,
So nice and warm.
what can I say that hasn't been said so many times before? It's not like I have any special insight into Hoyo's dev process.
Like taking a nap.
Right? And it's not like I have any, like, specific ideas that I think I would, like, really like to talk about.
So nice and warm. Nothing like the warm sun on a full stomach to make me feel like taking a nap.
Maybe a video about how chopped Columbina will be if she doesn't enable lunar reactions. I don't really want to do videos about Columbina until we get more thorough information. Because, like, we don't know shit yet. But I guess I did do one on Nefer and it was kind of fun. So maybe I could. like early speculations about Columbina kit based on the information we have so far. We could do that. Or, yeah, maybe we could make a video talking about what Durin and the Witch buffs, like, which carries benefit the most from Durin and the Witch buffs. Like, which non-Witch carries are getting the biggest buffs from all the changes next patch. So who would that be? Right? Like, we definitely have Molani. Ito, no, definitely not. Kanich, I think. Varessa. I don't think I'd include Varessa. Because Varessa's best team doesn't really get upscaled. It's just gonna become a lot easier to play, and the damage will be concentrated more into her rather than Maoika. But it's not that big of an upgrade. Clawhind. It's the same thing for Clawhind. Like, both Varessa and Clawhind are getting major improvements to their non-Maoika teams. But it's not really noticeably better than the current best teams with Maoika right now. We're gonna have them as honorable mention, though. So, honorable mentions. We're gonna have Varessa and Clawhind. Chaska. Is Chaska that good, though? I did look at some teams that were at 100k, right? Which I guess is really nice for her. I didn't look at Bennett, Durin, Mona. Initially I dismissed it because you don't have the, like, off-field element to maintain Durin uptime. But now that I think about it, unless your specifically third shot is Hydro, Chaska's Animal Bullet will hit after a Pyro Bullet, which means it will swirl. And so you'd have decent uptime on the Pyro Shred from Durin. And sure, you wouldn't get Hydro Shred, but the Hydro Bullets would vape, so it's still not bad, right? I kind of want to calc that, actually. Oh boy, Chaska calc time. What would the team be? Durin, like Durin, Bennett, Mona. What would the rotation be? Durin, EQ, Mona, E, Bennett, EQ, Mona, QN4, Chaska. Do you have time to get all your bullets out with Bennett buff if you Mona QN4? So let's do Bennett, Mona, Chaska. Right, so
Teamwork is fate is upon you.
We do get all 4 of our hits with the Bennett buff there.
Everybody stand! Written in the stars.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck you. I got staggered. GG.
Let's light it up! I'm going it! Fate is upon you! Take me up!
Open fire!
I didn't get the fucking Hydro Bullet like an
Open
idiot.
fire.
Oopsie. Yeah, it seems like you have enough wiggle room, I think. I'm not sure. It is 2 swaps, so it's even more affected by ping, too.
Stars. Locked on. Locked on. Locked on.
Yeah.
Teamwork is fate
What
is
if we...
Bullseye. Locked on.
What if we do this?
The hole.
Anyone know if Cheska's burst snapshots? I don't actually know if it does. It does? When does a snapshot happen? At the start or the end of the animation? Like, if I do this,
Everybody stand.
and then this,
Hold on to your hats.
our animo hits are 1700. I don't know if I... Wait.
Teamwork is fire in the hole.
So 1700 there. Then if I wait after swapping to her instead,
I'm going in.
if I can get the tick
Knock
before
him
we
down.
start the animation. It's also 1700, so if it does snapshot, it doesn't snapshot at the start. Then if I do...
Everybody stand.
Hold on to your hats.
It does not snapshot. Damn. Damn. So it might be hard to get the burst out before Bennett buff expires then.
I'm going in.
Fire in the hole.
We did get it there, but just skip burst. The thing is, the burst is a lot of motion value, right? It's like, if you can use it, you want to. Okay, one thing I want to check. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Huge.
Huh? Everybody stand. Decided by destiny. Bullseye.
Hold on to your hats.
Locked on. Bullseye.
Let's check that again. Like, if you do the burst in the middle instead of at the end, does it work?
I'm going in. Written in the stars. Take me up. Locked on.
Knock him
That's
down.
1,
Locked
2,
on.
Open
3.
fire.
Bullseye.
It does. So it should be fine, right? Because the problem with using the burst at the end is the damage from the burst doesn't happen when the burst animation is over. It happens delayed, right? So if you do 3 charge attack, like fully held animations, and then burst, because of the delay, the burst ends up hitting after Bennett burst expires. But because there's no delay after the charge attack, if you put the burst after the second or the first charge attack instead, that delay happens still within Bennett buff. And the third charge attack, that is now the last thing instead, doesn't have a delay after it, so it is hitting before Bennett buff expires. So it seems like you should be able to do this pretty reliably, right? You don't build the R, but when you burst, you just get the Bennett buff on it. The biggest problem is I don't know if Bennett is actually good in this slot, right? Because, like, you could just go Eon-san, right? And Eon-san lasts longer, too. Like, if you go Eon-san... then Mona... can you get 4 with the burst buffed, too? Hey! They give her the 5 more gifted! Huge! Holy!
Quick as a flash, fate is upon you. Let's fly. Bullseye!
1, 2, 3, 4.
To your hats.
Was the burst? No. These hit after Eon-san burst is gone. So you still can't get 4. How long is your rotation, by the way? When you add in the Durin. Right. So we start at like 55, I guess.
Wrath from the skies!
Holy shit.
Let me scry. On might decided by destiny.
Bullseye!
18-second rotation seems a bit questionable. Three with the 10 gifted. Why for us? Yas. Holy shit. We've got a fucking gifted avalanche today. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Senior Guillermo? SR Guillermo? Maybe the SR stands for super rare. Like the gacha stuff. Not even SSR Guillermo. SMH. Got a bad pull. Lost my 50-50. GG. I don't know if I want to include Chaska, though. Like, that's the thing. Because, like, the biggest problem with Chaska right now is that her best team is not really a Chaska team, it's just a Maoika team, and a bad one, too. Right? And that's not going to be the case with Durin anymore. Holy! They give her the 10 gifted. Durin is cool. Huge! Oh my god. Anonymous is not letting other people steal the spotlight. That's crazy. Thank you for the other additional 10 gifted. Why isn't it? I don't know why it's not working, but hey. I don't know why the notification isn't working. GG. Boy, am I glad I didn't end stream. Oh boy. Think with the Prime, Lonely Spice Lord. Hmm. Holy, they give her the 2,000 bits. Durin is cool. Trying to go for the fucking bits leaderboard, huh? But, I don't know. Maybe I should. It's not gonna happen before the Undertale stream, I'll tell you that. So never? Shut up. I'll do it at some point. Klugi. I think I will include Lenny. Holy fuck. Thank you for the 20 more gifted, Anonymous. I say more, assuming it's the same guy who gifted 10 and 5 and 5, but it might be someone else. Who knows? Chat, what if there's a war between two anonymous gifters right now? And the only people who know they're competing are them. There are two wolves inside this stream. True. Holy fuck. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Durin is cool. Holy. That's crazy. You know, maybe I should add some like stuff for like gift subs. Because I've been watching a lot of Frost Prime lately, and he has like special alerts based on the number of gift subs. And they're pretty funny. So maybe I should do that too. Yeah, bro got the paycheck today. Holy. Who is bro? You? I mean, yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, what if I make it the like? You guys know how sometimes there's a woke Well, initially it was 50, but then no one claimed it. But I feel like if I say 50 now, you're just gonna do it, and I want to keep the J. So maybe I should say more. I'm so lost. What's J? J is J. Yeah. Oops, sorry. I hit my mic arm. Now, you know what? I said 50 gifted. It's 50 gifted. You've gifted 35 already. So I guess it's 15 more. This is J. But if someone else gives 51 to keep J, I'll keep it. So gift subs at your own risk, you know? But it can't be anonymous, cause yeah. Cause I wouldn't know like which ones to count and which ones not to count. Why gift subs when you can TTS and make awful jokes? True. True. Very true. The whole... I just said it can't be anonymous! I don't know if you're voting to keep J or remove it now. Thank you for the 50 gifted, Anonymous. But that doesn't count for shit. Because I opened up 2 possibilities. I literally said it can't be anonymous. Well, anyways, thank you for the 50 gifted, Anonymous. And thank you for the 10 more during his school. You're now at 45. But, like... I said it can't be anonymous. This isn't scam if I keep it. Because it wasn't on... I explicitly said it can't be anonymous. I misclicked on anonymous while gifting? My bad. Sure, buddy. Okay. Thank you for the additional 15 gifted during his school. I guess you're winning then. I guess you're winning then. Alright, chat. It's time to say bye to Jay. Because there's... what, 60 gifted now? To remove Jay? Wait, my credit card is loading. Okay, by the way, chat, please do not donate if you're not in a very stable financial situation. Or gift subs or anything like that. Never mind. During his school was donating to keep Jay, not to remove it. Holy bait. Well, I did not expect that. This is some money laundering shit. True. Call me Zajef. Zaj Capone. Yeah, I understand. I understand, honestly. I completely understand. All this just to keep the status quo? Classic centrist shit. Oh, that's really funny. It's 51 to remove it. No, they gave 60, so it's 61 to remove it now. Okay. Okay, let's keep thinking about this now. Did he say 6-1? Shut the fuck up. Do you still think that Durin is ugly? Yeah. Thank you for the tier 1. Yas. Well, Y4S. I don't know if I'm supposed to call you... whatever. Uka. Thank you for the tier 1. He said that after Durin is cool, donated like 100 subs. Yeah. You got a problem with that? Hmm? If you're asking me for my honest thoughts, I'm not gonna lie. If you ask me to lie, I'll lie. Right? I'll do that for money. Like, why? Sure. If you want to have a clip of me saying I think Durin is really pretty, I'll do it for 10 gifted, you know? Just know that I won't believe what I'm saying. Thank you for the gifted. Durin is cool. Okay, who else benefits a lot from Durin and from the witches? Not really. Not really. No. Meh. No. We've talked about Chaska, we talked about Kanish, we talked about Milani. Bro didn't even claim the free mannequins? Yo. True. Arlecchino doesn't really benefit from him that much. Navia is like, meh. Meh. Sethos? The biggest problem with Sethos is that his best team by far doesn't have a healer. And putting a healer in his teams with Durin makes him so much worse. And Sethos doesn't have self-healing like Cloran, so it's a lot harder to make it work. Yeah. Because, like, I feel like the characters that benefit the most from the new stuff next patch are characters that needed an off-field pyro option and where none of them had good synergy, like Kanich and Linny. And characters that benefit a lot from the Mona buffs, right? Most of the rest is just like side grades. You mentioned something about a Hytham comps. Yeah, but the thing about a Hytham is I don't want to make any statements about a Hytham before I test it, because I'm really not sure how the aura is going to line up. Like, I would like to test a Hytham, Fischl, Durin, Kuki or something, but I'm really not sure how the aura is going to work. And I'm not that optimistic about it, honestly. I think it's going to be really hard to keep good quicken up time without an on-field Electro. You need really fast Electro to overtake the burning load stuff. And with Fischl, with an on-field Electro, you have Fischl A4 proccing all the time, so it's pretty easy. But with an on-field character that isn't Electro, Fischl A4 doesn't proc anymore, right? Because you'll pretty much never have an underlying Electro because of the Pyro. So it's gonna be fucking sus as hell. Right? Haven't picked the free 5-star yet. What would you choose? Mona C2, Shunha C1. I'm trying to get Dea C6 for Stella Fortuna. Currently C3. Mona C2, for sure. Which overload core is better for client C2? I think they're similar. I don't know exactly how the TF procs line up with client C2 because it changes for application though. So I'm not entirely sure. Is there anyone else that gets a major benefit from all the witch buff stuff? Not really, right? Because, like, all the other characters that have good teams already had good teams, and it's not major upgrades. Wanderer? It's not really a big upscale, though. I don't know. Risley? I don't... Does Risley even get an upgrade for Durin? Is it even better than Mawika? I haven't done any calcs on it, but it should be really similar. Is there ever a world where you play Risley with Mona? Right, where you do something like Mona, E, Shilonen, E, Mona, Q, and 4, Durin, EEQ, and then swap to Risley? Maybe? That's scuffed as fuck. Yeah, it sounds scuffed as fuck, but like... Mona's really good now, so maybe it's still worth it. I don't know. Because the biggest problem is because Rizzy is Cryo, not Hydro, the Hydro app you get from Mona doesn't allow you to like do a Hydro swirl right before your carry's uptime like you can with Molani. So the synergy is a lot worse, right? Because part of what makes Mona so good in the Molani team is that her being Hydro allows you to get the VV setup for your carry's element without needing to add a swap to your carry just from Mona. But that's not going to be the case with Cryo carries, right? And if you're not getting that upside, the value of Mona goes down a bit, right? I don't know. I really don't know. Because I feel like there isn't a fucking fourth one outside of these three that like actually gets a major buff next patch. Other than the carries that are getting directly buff, right? Like Razor Klee. Navia. The Navia Durin stuff is not that much better than the Navia Mawika stuff. It's a little bit better, but it's not a big upgrade. Nevilet already has fucking 37 good teams. And yeah, he's getting a new one, and yeah, it's arguably a little bit better than his current best one, but by like a couple percent. Maybe we should include these two. Ganyu? What Ganyu team? The Animo characters. The biggest problem with the Animo characters is they just... Durin buff by itself isn't that big, right? The reason why Durin is is very good for these is because he's shredding the right element, right? And because you currently are kind of... Okay, no. How do I explain this? It's because these characters currently have issues, right? When you look at Kenichi's teams right now, his best teams use a combination of Bennett, Iansan, Emily, Mawika, right? But the problem with that is that Mawika has really bad synergy because Kenichi's uptime is fairly long. So if you want to buff all of Kenichi's uptime, you can't buff Mawika burst, so her damage tends to be pretty pathetic. And the buffers you're using, Bennett and Iansan, are mainly single target buffers, so they don't buff your off-fielders. They don't buff Mawika, they don't buff Iansan. And the reason why the new cores are good is because you're getting characters that actually, well, some of them do damage and all, but they're giving buffs that are actually useful for the whole team, right? The Durin buff also increases Emily's damage if you're playing Emily. The Albedo buff also increases Durin's damage, right? In the Animo carries teams right now, right? You do like Farazan, Bennett, Farina or some shit. But the thing is, there's no redundancy there. Bennett is mainly an attack buffer. Farina is mainly a damage percent buffer, and Farazan is mainly a shredder and a crit value buffer. And so there is no unit that feels bad to be using. When you're playing a Kanichi team, if you play double buffer, both of them are attack buffers. So it feels bad to use Bennett Yeon-san because your attack buff is really redundant, so the relative value provided by the second attack buffer is a lot lower. Right? But that's not the case with the animal carries. And so the increase they get from Durin is a lot smaller. Because right now, their teams are very cohesive. Unlike Kanichi's teams. And to some extent, Linny's teams as well. And when you look at calcs and comparisons, Durin is barely an upgrade for them. Except for Venti. Even for Venti, honestly. The only annoying part about Venti is that if you don't have Durin, you need to bring another witch character. And Fischl is only good if you have Pyro, which can be a little bit annoying to get. If you don't have Durin. So I guess he's somewhat reliant on Durin. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we should include Chaska, honestly. Four is an awkward number, though. We would need 5. It's also crazy that 3 of these are Natlin characters. Flynn's? No. Flynn's gets more alternatives next patch, but it's not really a buff. I want to skip Durin if possible, but I play Kanichi a lot. How big of a deal do you think it will be for Kanichi C2? 30% tread. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not going to be as big of a deal as getting an additional constellation or a signature weapon, right? So if you don't like Durin, and you're someone who goes for vertical investment, don't bother. But if you do like him, then I would recommend getting him. But if you don't, you can just get Kanichi's C3 instead, right? And it's probably going to be better. Noelle. I don't know, man. Does Noelle actually see that much of an increase? I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. And I had, was it here that I had the Noelle stuff? Yeah. Because, like, the biggest thing is, like, for Noelle as a carry, it's a really big deal. But currently, Noelle's best teams don't do that much Noelle personal damage, right? And they're not, like, Noelle Wheelchair isn't that far behind this. Like, if we take a look at GC Sim Noelle stuff, right? We sort by DPS, we look at the highest C0 5-star stuff, right? That's Aqua Yulon. That can't be right. Oh, no. Wait, maybe it is actually a big deal. That's like a 10k increase. Hmm. Do you sort by highest damage? Yeah. And when you look at the Shilonen, or not the Shilonen, the... What the fuck are they doing here? Oh my god. They're using Shilonen just for scrolls here. That's hilarious. Oh, that is so funny. Oh my god. But yeah, like with Albedo compared to this, right? You'd get something fairly similar, right? In terms of Noel personal damage, if you went Albedo Durin instead of Shilonen Farina. But then you'd also have Albedo's damage, right? So it would be a pretty big increase for teams where you are mainly focused on Noel's damage. Yeah, and you can also do Albedo Mona as well, if you want. Yeah, I had Albedo Durin at 81k, Albedo Mona at 78. Wouldn't Kachina be better? In this sim, I don't know if they have the Noel bug implemented in the sim. I don't think so, because it looks like the Noel bursts every rotation. I don't know, chat. Who am I including as the number 5 here? Should we just include the fucking... the fucking witches? Hmm. Because, like, if we do, we'd include Razor, Klee, and Venti. But I don't know if I actually want to include Venti. Because, like, I straight up don't think Venti is good enough to be considered a solid carry. He's going to be good next patch specifically because they have a Sigin boss specifically for him. Right? Maybe I do this. Because, like, if we're using 100k DPS as our benchmark, right? All 5 of these characters are characters that pre-patch don't have a 100k DPS team. Or if they do have them, it's like really unrealistic assumptions, right? Like 6 Eek in each bullshit, fucking Sucrose Burst for Pyro application, Molani rotations, like really, really good cancels on Lenny. Melt Mawika. Right? All those teams are technically... You can technically have them at 100k at KQM standard, but it's not gonna happen. Realistically. And post-Bash, Molani is well above 100k. Kanich is gonna get to 100k with 5e now. Lenny is gonna get to around 100k. And you're not gonna have to deal with the Bennett bullshit anymore. Did I actually have him at above 100k, though? Control F. Lenny. I did, yeah. Chaska now has a couple as well. And then I don't know if Klee actually gets there. Like, I had some teams at 100k with C1 Klee. But I don't know how real that is. And then for these, right? Those two already had teams at above 100k. But they're still worth mentioning because those teams at above 100k were very, very just Mawika spin. And they now have teams that are not Mawika spin at above 100k. Technically, Vressa had some above 100k without Mawika spin, but whatever. And then Razor doesn't quite get to 100k. But he's real close. And I feel like 100k is a good benchmark at this point, because usually when you play teams that have DPS below 100k, it tends to be noticeable that you're lacking in damage a little in Siege and Onslaught. Six Eek in each feels pretty fine in my experience. Okay, buddy. 6 Eek in each in my experience. Shut the fuck up. Alright, chat, fuck it. Let's start recording. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a bit of a different video, bit of a departure from the norm. But I wanted to make a video talking about the carries that are getting the biggest benefits from all of the upcoming changes in the next patch. We have obviously Durin's release, who's a pretty versatile support that'll end up seeing a lot of play in a bunch of different teams. But we also have the witch buffs that are going to affect a lot of other characters as well, and a bunch of teams that don't use Durin. And so I figured, you know what, we're getting some pretty major meta changes as a result of all of that, so let's talk about them. Before I get into any of the actual characters themselves, I want to explain why I wanted to make this video. I think generally when it comes to endgame stuff, when it comes to Stygian content, when it comes to generally the investment required for Fearless, when you have the characters that are getting shilled, pretty much no matter how good or bad they are, Fearless won't be a problem for you, right? But a lot of the time, you won't have the characters that are getting shilled because it's difficult to go for every single character that gets shilled on every Stygian Onslaught, right? And so I've been looking a lot at what sort of teams are able to clear content even when they're not the teams getting shilled. And something I've noticed a lot in my testing in general is that, as a general rule, if characters have some teams that are getting at around 100k-ish DPS at KQM standard, either a tiny little bit less or more than that, they tend to be able to brute force a bunch of bosses, even ones that aren't necessarily shilled for them. And because we're getting a lot of major meta changes from next patch, I thought it was worth talking about the carries that before kind of struggled to get to that benchmark of being able to brute force stuff that isn't necessarily designed for them. And after the patch, we'll be able to brute force stuff a lot more easily with their new teams. Or their old teams that got buffed or whatever. Before we get started on the 5 characters who I think went from struggling a lot to reach the DPS breakpoints required to brute force things to actually getting there, I want to give a few honorable mentions to 3 different characters. Pretty much all for different reasons. Who are also getting some pretty big buffs from the upcoming changes, but where the buffs aren't enough to really change what my perception of their overall status in the meta is. First, Varessa. Varessa just is already able to clear stuff. The new Varessa teams that she gets with Durin are about as good as, like, spin-optimized Mawika teams, but because most people don't play spin-optimized Mawika and Varessa teams, and also because people who try to actually clear Fearless generally have their investment above KQM standard. Investment above KQM standard tends to favor teams where the damage profile focuses more of the damage into one character. It tends to favor hyper carries a bit more. Which means that teams that have their damage kind of split like 60-40 between a carry and a support at very high investment don't tend to perform as well as teams where more of the damage is focused into one character. So Durin's release is going to help Varessa's teams in that way by concentrating more of the damage into her and making it so that a lot more people will be able to get those like really high performance over 120k DPS Veresa teams. But because she can already get to those DPS numbers with Maoika right now, because even without Maoika, she still does generally get to the DPS benchmark required to be able to brute force things, even that aren't necessarily favoring her specifically. I don't think it really changes Veresa's place in the meta very much, right? It's not that she's not getting buffs, it's not that she's not good, it's that it doesn't really change too much. The second character I want to talk about is Chlorant. And honestly, it's kind of a similar thing. Although Chlorant struggles a little bit more to get to the DPS requirements to brute force things. If you are using Maoika, she does generally get there. And the sorry, my brain is like short-circuiting for a second. Chat, I'm sorry. The biggest like upgrade that Chlorant is getting from the patch is the ability to be able to get there without Maoika, which is really nice because a lot of people want to use Maoika as a carry somewhere else, right? But I don't think the increase is big enough in the non-Maoika teams to quite warrant a place with the 5 characters I've selected. Because honestly, she can kind of get there before the changes anyways. And the last honorable mention I want to talk about is Razor. With Razor, it's actually the opposite side of the spectrum, where it's not that he was already getting there, it's that even with the buffs, he's going to struggle to get there. Now, Razor won't be bad after the buffs, I want to make that very clear. But like right now, there aren't that many carries that have teams that actually get to above 100k at KQM standard without going for very like unreasonable and unrealistic assumptions. With the buffs, from what I've looked at, Razor is going to be a little bit south of 100k, so not quite 100k, but not too far behind. Honestly, I think you could very much make an argument to include Razor, but I wanted to have a round number. I wanted to have 5, 6 feels awkward, and Razor's overall performance is going to be worse than the other 5 I'm about to mention, so I decided to separate him. That being said, right, he is a witch carry that doesn't have a good set right now, so if we end up getting a witch set in 6.3, that might change. We'll have to see how that goes. And I guess a dishonorable mention that I know people are going to be curious about, so I want to just get him out of the way as well. Venti. Honestly, next patch specifically has a Stygian Onslaught boss that is meant to shill Venti, so he's going to feel pretty good there. But he doesn't get anywhere close to the 100k-ish DPS that I think is a good benchmark to be able to declare that a character is like able to brute force stuff that isn't necessarily designed for them. But Venti did also get a very big buff. He got a whole ass new playstyle. If you try to play carry Venti right now, it's gonna be really, really, really bad. So he definitely got a big buff. But I think that outside of the one enemy that's gonna be designed for him, it doesn't really change my perception of him overall in the meta. I still wouldn't really recommend going for Venti as a carry. Anyways, let's now get into the 5 characters I've actually wanted to talk about. First off is going to be Klee. And there's a big asterisk to Klee, unlike the other 4 characters, which is that Klee is a character that is available in the Constellation Selector. And I am assuming that you are getting Klee's C1 here. If you don't get Klee's C1, she's got similar problems as Razor, where she kind of just struggles to get to that DPS breakpoint required. So just keep in mind, I am talking about Klee C1. With the witch changes, even without Durin, Klee is getting some pretty solid teams, right? She got a direct buff that's very big, and you will often play her with Fischl, so you're getting the Fischl buff that you can capitalize on as well. Overall, it's gonna be pretty good. Right now, I don't think Klee is a character that is all that valuable. She is definitely not going to be able to brute force stuff in her current state. But with the buffs, I think she will be. And on top of that, she's... while I do think that her best team is going to be the one with Fischl, I don't think the Mona versions of Klee teams are going to be bad either. Which means she will also have the flexibility of being able to slot in different elements in order to be able to brute force a larger variety of enemies. If there's an enemy that requires Hydro Application to deal with their mechanics, kind of like how the Crab requires Hydro and Dendro to deal with its mechanics, or at the very least, like Dendro and Anemo. The fact that Klee is going to have some actual good teams and a few different variations that can incorporate different elements is going to be really nice for her. So, and I do think that she actually, at C1, does get to the point where, if you like Klee, you want to have a build Klee, she'll be able to be used in a lot of Siege and Onslaught stuff to brute force content. Obviously, when I talk about brute forcing content, that doesn't mean you'll be able to do everything, right? You look at something like Sigurd, for example. Sigurd is very difficult to brute force because if you don't have Ascendant Gleam, he's got a lot of HP, right? I'm more so talking about like brute forcing Hera. Without Ascendant Gleam, so like right now, for example, you can use Linny to brute force Hera. And play some Melt Linny stuff, which was pretty cool. And like just characters that just have the DPS required to deal with enemies like the Operative, right? That doesn't necessarily mean they'll be able to deal with every enemy. I mean, I just mentioned the Crab from last Siege and Onslaught. Obviously, these characters are going to struggle against the Crab specifically, because the Crab specifically is heavily shield for one very specific thing. But if you have them built and you like actually use them, you'll be able to use them in a lot of your Siege and Onslaughts. I want to make it very clear, though, none of the 5 characters I'm about to... maybe one of them. Okay, 4 of the 5 characters I'm about to mention, I think are not worth going for, mainly from a meta perspective. If the main factor in your decision-making for whether you want to go for characters or not is just how strong they are meta-wise, that 100k-ish DPS breakpoint, it's enough to brute force some things, but not everything, and it's noticeably behind characters like Mawika and Skirk, right? So they're still not characters I would necessarily recommend over others from a meta standpoint, but they are characters where if you like them, you can main them without having to feel like you're playing a shit character, basically. Right? You're not going to need a top 1% build to be able to clear Fearless, right? Anyways, the next character I want to talk about after Klee is Chaska. Chaska right now kind of has teams that can brute force, but it's really hard to call it a Chaska team when it's just a melt Maoika, and using Chaska is worse than using, like, almost anyone else. And outside of the melt Maoika teams, Chaska's teams kind of struggle, honestly. She tends to have issues with uptime and synergies, because a lot of the characters that offer things she wants have some sort of negative synergy with her. I think a good way to understand just how cooked Chaska's teammate options are right now is go to GC Sim, look up Chaska, sort by DPS, and look at the highest C0 teams. Right? We've got VV Chaska on Fav. We can dismiss that. Then we have the actual Chaska, which is worse, with Melt Maoika still. Then another Maoika thing, and then another Maoika thing. And if we scroll on, or we scroll to the highest non-Maoika things, we've got, ooh, Skirk. Wow. Amazing. If we scroll to the highest non-Maoika or Skirk thing, you've got Escoffier. Escoffier, character who offers very little value in this team because you only have 2 characters for her passive. Let me actually straight up remove Maoika and Skirk. Right, so characters with awful synergy, because half of their passive just doesn't work, like Escoffier. Chevreuse. Fucking Chevreuse is here. Because the 60% pyro damage buff is actually competitive. Things are real cooked for Chaska teams. Because she just has really bad synergy with a lot of the characters that provide things she would want. Durin is going to help her a lot with that. When it comes to Shred, Chaska doesn't have good options. She can't slot in Chilonin or a VV character without losing a bullet of her passive, which is a massive deal, so you don't want to do that. She herself can technically go VV, but it obviously reduces her personal damage a lot. And so having shredders that are actually good, that you can play in Chaska teams, like Durin, is a really big deal for her. And from what I've looked at, there's actually quite a few Chaska teams that get to that 100k-ish or 100k plus benchmark. Mainly it's teams that use Durin plus either Fischl or something like that. You can use Fischl, you can use Inefa. You can use Eon San. Generally, it tends to be a little bit more leaning towards the teams that have Hydro or Pyro, Hydro, Electro. But you can technically do double Pyro with Hydro as well, or even double Pyro with Electro and just ditch the Hydro altogether. Chaska doesn't actually care that much about getting those transformative reactions, because at most, technically, she could react up to 3 or up to 2 of her 4 elemental bullets. In practice, that never really happens, and it's generally 1 of her bullets. And in those Overvape teams, the multiplier it's gonna be Pyro Vape, so it's times 1.5. So a quarter of your elemental bullets gets increased by 50%. Obviously, a little bit more with the EM you get, but it's really not that big of a deal. And if you end up with characters that have better synergy, that are not Hydro, right? You can use something like Durin, Bennett, Eon Sun now. The fact we're getting a character that does something similar to what Chevaliers does in those teams, but that actually provides the shred without needing the elemental requirement is a massive deal for Chaska, who was so starved for good buffers that she used no shred Chevaliers. All of this to say, Chaska is getting some really nice alternatives to her teams now, which are going to be overall fairly strong. At the end of the day, it's not going to be enough to be competitive with the Skirks and Mauikas of this world, but it's not bad, and it will actually be strong enough to be able to brute force a lot of things. Personally, I've had really bad experiences with Chaska. My build is not the best, and I don't really want to craft the 4-star bows for her, so I end up using Skyward Harp, but I have a lot of crit rate on my codex, so I end up overcapped by a decent amount, so Skyward Harp isn't that good. So I've got a very average build quality that's not even that far above KQM standard. And at that build quality, even when content is favorable for Chaska, it feels like a challenge to even clear Fearless. And I think that with Durin, it's going to be so much better. One thing you should keep in mind if you are going to be playing Chaska, her burst does not snapshot. The stats are calculated dynamically when the burst hits enemies, which means if you burst at the end of your rotation, since there's a pretty long travel time, very often your buffs are going to disappear by the time burst hits the enemies. Because of that, especially since you're now going to be potentially able to use Mona in her teams, and Mona makes it so that you end up with less uptime on your Bennett or Eonsan buff because you have to swap to Mona after them. There's going to be quite a few situations where if you do 4 charge attacks into a burst, the burst is a DPS loss because it extends your rotations, but it's not buffed by any of your buffs anymore. But even if you do 3 charge attacks into a burst, the Bennett or the Eonsan buff is going to fall off before the burst hits. One thing I realized recently, though, is that if you do the burst before the last charge attack instead of after, so if you still do 3 charge attacks, but you do charge, charge, burst, charge, or charge, burst, charge, charge, or even burst, charge, 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 because there's no delay after charge attack animation for the damage to happen, unlike burst, you end up taking the same amount of time to do all of your actions, but all of your damage happens in the time you take because that extra delay between burst usage and burst damage is now being spent during that time instead of after. So I'm pretty sure you're going to be supposed to use Chaska's burst earlier into your rotations when you do that. Anyways, all in all, Chaska's going to benefit from things quite a bit. Next up, for the third character that gets... I actually am going to be changing my overall perspective on how good they are in the meta, is going to be Linny. Linny feels really bad to play. Linny's best teams right now are generally either Chevaliers teams or Farina teams. In Farina teams, you don't get that much value from his passive because a lot of your damage is going to be vaping, which isn't bad, because obviously vaping is good. Vaping deals more damage, and the multiplier from vape tends to increase Linny's damage more than his passive that triggers when you hit enemies affected by pyro. So vaping is still an upside, but the upside of vaping is not nearly as large for him as it is for other characters. Another character, if they vape, their damage is just multiplied by 1.5 plus the EM multiplier. Linny, when he vapes, his damage is multiplied by 1.5 plus the EM multiplier, but he loses the damage percent of hitting enemies affected by pyro. And so the upgrade he has from vaping is a lot smaller. And so despite Farina being in some of his best teams, it's really more because of a lack of particularly great teammates rather than vape being all that great on him. Yeah. His other good teams tend to be overload teams. But overload teams on Linny have a pretty big problem, and that problem is Bennett uptime. Linny takes a while to do all the actions he wants to do, and his skill deals more damage if it's used later into your rotation, because you end up getting more stacks of the passive for the skill, right? Each charge attack or burst that you use gives him 1 stack, and each up to 5 stacks. At 5 stacks, his skill does more damage. So generally, the more you can delay your skill, the better. But if you delay too long, it can happen after Bennett Burst expires. And because it's really easy to get interrupted, being forced to stay inside Bennett Burst and dodge and lose some charge attacks because you're close to enemies, it's going to make you lose Bennett uptime. It just feels kind of bad. And so, despite Linny not getting a major upgrade to his team DPS from the patch, I still think he's one of the biggest beneficiaries of all of the things that are happening, because he's going to get teams that are, from what I've looked at, slightly better than the current teams with Bennett, but that do not have any sort of circle impact bullshit. Linny, Fischl, Durin, Chevreurs, from what I've looked at, is actually slightly better than the current best Linny teams, but you don't have any circle impact. You don't need to stay anywhere, which means you can just run away from enemies. You don't need to be close to them at all. Which, one, well, you don't have Bennett uptime to deal with anymore. So if you're slightly slow on your execution, you don't just lose a full charge attack, you just get it a second later. But two, it's going to be easier not to fuck up because you have more flexibility with your movement. In order to get the Fischl buff, you do need to weave in a normal attack to proc Fischl's C6 at least twice per rotation. But as long as you remember to do that, honestly, things are looking pretty good for Linny's teams with Durin. If you want to have a shielder, you can also replace Fischl for Inefa. It'll be a little bit worse because you don't have the Fischl buff or the Fischl damage. And you are now getting less shred from Durin because you only have 1 witch instead of 2. But you can build fully Eminefa and get non-insignificant overload damage, right? She triggers overload every hit she does. And you get a shield option that isn't that much worse in terms of damage. But yeah, so all in all, Linny is making this list not necessarily because of a major increase to his, like, high performance optimal numbers, but because of a small increase to those, paired with the fact that it'll actually be realistic to get them compared to the current teams. The second to last character I want to talk about is Kinich. Right now, Kenich's teams have kind of a big identity problem, which is that he kind of wants to be played with Emilie and or Maoika because he doesn't have enough buffers to just have 3 buff slots that synergize well with him. But if you play him with those characters, the buffers that are good for Kinich don't really buff the rest of your team. If you're playing Yeon-san, you're not buffing Emilie's damage with the attack buff, and same for Bennett. On top of that, because Kenich's field time is generally pretty long, you don't have time to do, if you're using Maoika, even if you're using Emilie, you don't really have time to use their burst after Bennett or Yeon-san burst without losing a Bennett, without losing uptime on Kinich from Bennett or Yeon-san. Because of that, it kind of feels bad to build Kinich teams because you never really know what part of the team building you should be focused on. Durin's release is going to be really nice for him because we're now getting a character that has some off-field damage, but also is the off-field pyro app required and is a team-wide buff because the Res Shred actually shreds the resistances of Dendro, but also pyro, and potentially, if you end up using Albedo, which is going to be one of the things you can do, Geo as well. From what I've looked at, Kenich's teams generally want to run Kinich, Durin. And then the last 2 slots are still fairly flexible. You can use Emilie. You generally want to have at least 1 attack buffer, whether it's Bennett or Yeon-san. Technically, you can do both. Although, I would generally lean towards only one of them. And then you can use Albedo as your last slot. You can use Emilie as your last slot. Technically, you can use Maoika, but I don't think that's a great use of Maoika there. Yeah, and Kinich is just getting some more team options, which is pretty cool. Kinich, Linny, and Chaska share an aspect here, which is that all 3 of them are pretty reliant on Durin in order to get the upscale they want. That's something that Klee is less reliant on because she's a witch character herself, so she can activate the buff when paired with Fischl, even without Durin. But just 2 witch character combinations that do not include Linny, or that do not include Durin for Kinich, Linny, and Chaska don't tend to be that great. But the last character on the list is a little bit different. Because the main thing that makes the last character on this list get improvements from the patch is not a buff from Fischl, a buff from Durin. It is the buff to Mona. Mona's buff is massive. You now have basically full uptime unless you have really long field time on her Omen buff. And you're also getting an even bigger increase to reaction damage, which means that specifically reaction damage that is vape or melt reactions, I guess mainly that is vape reactions, is getting the 60 damage percent, the 15, or I guess 24 if she's off field, reaction multiplier from her C1, the 80 EM from her C2, and potentially the 15 crit rate from the C4. For pyro characters, the fact that Mona's hydro application is pretty bad means that she kind of needs to be paired with a second hydro to enable them properly. And because there's no second hydro that's a witch, and because we don't have a witch that provides a major attack buff, pyro carries don't tend to have the greatest synergy with Mona. They'll generally have to sacrifice their attack buffing slot in order to still be vape carries with Mona. But hydro carries do not. Hydro carries aren't reliant on major attack buffs, because the attack scaling hydro carries we have, which is basically just Ayato, don't do any damage. And the hydro carries we have that actually do deal damage are HP scalers. And we don't really have great HP buffers. Pretty much the only HP buffs we have are like 5-star constellations and Hydro Resonance. And Mona is providing Hydro Resonance to those HP buffers. On top of that, when we look at the current good hydro carries, which are Mualani and Neuvillette, you're going to notice they don't have any off-field hydro. Which means doing setups that activate support sets that require specific reactions, like VV, like Cinder City, tends to be really annoying with them. The fact that Mualani has some hydro application, but the duration of it is too short to be helpful for pyro carries, is actually really good for hydro carries. Because if you open up your rotation with a Mona skill, then do the rest of your setup, and then back to Mona, burst, do the 4 normal attacks required for her full Omen extension. She will have caught her own particles, which helps her energy requirements. But you'll also have a Hydro Aura on the enemy with your off-field Pyro ability deployed. Which means you can then swap to your Shilonen or your Sucrose or whatever, and swirl Hydro or crystallize Hydro. End up with no aura on the enemy. And then your Pyro starts hitting, so you can actually vape. Now, Neuvillette doesn't benefit from that too much, because his Hydro application is fairly high. It's not like the highest, but it's not low either when he's on field. And because of that, it's difficult to apply enough Pyro to keep up with him. But that's not the case for Mualani, which is the last character on this list. And oh boy, is she getting a major upgrade from this patch. Mualani gets to capitalize on pretty much every part of Mona's buffs, except the C4. Mualani having Crit Ascension and Mualani's best set being Cinder City, or being Codex, sorry, means that it's very easy to overcap crit rate on her when you're including the 15 crit rate from Mona's C4, So she generally doesn't get full value from Mona C4 and only ends up getting the equivalent of about 8-ish% crit rather than the full 15. But even then, because you're getting Hydro Resonance, 60 damage percent, 15 reaction damage, energy so you can Molani burst every other rotation instead of every 3 rotations, EM, full VV uptime because you're now swapping directly from your Animo to Molani, which is something you cannot do without a second Hydro unit. Because you would need to either... If your Pyro is deployed, the leftover Hydro from Molani normal attack won't be enough to swirl. So you have to deploy your Pyro after you swirl. So you only get enough VV uptime for 2 bites right now. You'll now get all 3, or 2 plus burst. Honestly, Molani is really, really happy with these changes, and the team DPS for Molani is going up by a lot. She is maybe the character that gets the biggest buff, and then on top of that, she was already a fairly strong character, and these buffs are enough to push her into the Mawika and Skirk range. How realistic will it be to get that? Well, it's still Molani. Molani still has a bunch of quality of life potential issues. She still has the most awful targeting in the game. The code is jank as hell. Things go wrong all the time. But right now, the upside of all of those potential issues is DPS that at KQM standard is not all that amazing. But she does have good scaling with investment higher than KQM standard compared to other carries. So at high investment, just from artifacts, she's fairly strong. Though maybe not quite Skirk and Mawika level. But she does end up fairly close to like a character like Varessa, for example. And if you look at early constellations or signature, she's got some of the strongest in the game. So she does end up on a similar level to those. Now... oh boy, things are something. I still think Molani is a very unforgiving character. So she's not someone I would necessarily recommend. But she actually will be able to brute force... honestly, she's going to start being able to brute force content that counters her. Not just content that isn't great for her. Like, she might be able to brute force content that, like this, that doesn't allow you to vape after the buff. It's a really, really big buff. Maybe not, yeah, maybe let's not assume she'll be able to brute force the Tulpa, right? There is a limit. But... the buff is really, really big. All in all, I'm really excited for all of the meta changes that are coming. I don't have that much fun when I play Molani, but honestly... I'm very well aware that it makes for really funny clips. So, I don't mind that much when I'm forced to play her. Because I know it makes for great content. So I'm kind of looking forward to that a little bit. Yeah, I've seen people talk about her, like... being the second best carry in the game after the changes. Or sometimes, so I've also seen people talk about her being the best carry in the game. I wouldn't quite go that far. I still think that she still has a lot of the issues that she already had. And her best team uses Mawika now. Right? Her best team is going to be Mona, Sucrose, Maoika. And it is a bit worse if you don't use Maoika there, so you won't be able to play Maoika and Molani at the same time. But honestly, she is going to be at the point where she gets to that 100k benchmark required to brute force stuff, even without Maoika. I am not looking forward to 16-second rotations with Pyro MC on Sack Sword, where you need the Sack Sword to proc every rotation, otherwise you're cooked. But I'll do it. I'll do it. It won't be fun, but I'll do it. But yeah, honestly, I don't want to talk about Molani too much, because I feel like I've already talked about Molani a lot in the Mona witchcrafting video. You can refer to that if you want to know more about the synergies in the Molani teams and what she's getting next patch. But overall, that's it for the characters that are getting the biggest meta changes with the buffs. At least from what I've looked at so far. It's possible I've missed things. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping I did. Because the more stuff I've missed, the more things I'll have to test when the patch rolls around. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh to Venti and Animo carries as a whole. I didn't include any of them because while Durin is a buff to them, it's not even close to enough to bring them to the sort of DPS that I think will be able to comfortably clear Fearless. But who knows? Maybe I'm just being a negative Nancy. I should also give an honorable mention to Sethos, actually. I didn't talk about Sethos because the only teams that I've found for Sethos that looked like they were really good were teams that do not run healers. Right, basically the same team as Klein. But Klein has self-healing, so not running a healer on her is fine. Not running a healer on Sethos is hell. It is a hell. Because pretty much all of Sethos' combos do not use any iframes throughout the whole combo. So dodging is going to be a pretty big DPS loss on him. And then on top of that, they're mechanically difficult, so it's going to require more focus to get good combos and cancels on Sethos, while also avoiding incoming attacks. But if you are the fucking GOAT, I think there are actually some Sethos teams that do end up approaching that 100k DPS benchmark. I want to make it clear, right? The 5 characters I've talked about, and I guess the honorable mentions as well, I'm talking about them because they, in my opinion, are getting major changes to their overall meta placement. There are many great characters I haven't mentioned. I don't think Arlecchino is worse than Linny or Cleet, for example. I didn't mention Arlecchino because I think that Durin and just the witch buffs as a whole in Arlecchino teams tend to be side grades or very minor upgrades. I didn't mention Flynn's, despite both Durin and Yahoda adding more options to his teams, because it's really, really minor changes overall. Same for Nefer, right? Perhaps someone is going to cook some insane rotation with Mona, Sucrose, Nefer. That's actually good. But I doubt it, honestly. At the end of the day, Mona doesn't buff Lunar Bloom damage, and damage percent doesn't do anything for Nefer. So I feel like you're not getting any upside from her being in an effort team. But yeah. I also didn't mention Neuvillette, because honestly, while Neuvillette does get a new team, he gets multiple new teams actually with Durin. They're all on a similar level to his current teams. I will say, the fact that we're getting Neuvillette teams that don't feel bad about running Pyro plus Dendro is going to be nice for certain enemies that just kind of suck to fight for Neuvillette teams right now, such as the Hera, although obviously Hera's going to be gone by the time Durin comes out, but it is going to give him a little bit more options. It's also going to potentially make him less reliant on Farina, because the value from the witch buff is going to be fairly high on a bunch of these characters, and that can potentially incentivize using last slot options that are either Mona or a character like Albedo or Fischl that can give Neuvillette one more stack if you don't have his C1. Anyways, I don't want to get too into the all the details of all the meta changes. I'll be making honestly a bunch of videos next patch about all of the teams I'll be trying. So you can look forward to a lot of like less, I don't want to say scripted because I don't script my videos, but less, I guess, structured videos next patch that just go over my experience, kind of like first impressions videos, but just on a bunch of different carries and their new teams. Let me know if you actually want to see that. Let me know in the comments of this video. But as usual, that's gonna be it for this one. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Yo. Alright, chat. I'm glad I got this recorded. Let the editors know. Yo. Recorded. Top 5. What should I call them? I feel like beneficiary is too long of a word for YouTube, for a YouTube title. Recipient is also it also means like container, so I don't want to I don't want to use that word. Winners? Five biggest winners from witch buffs.
My parents always say
5 sinners, more like 5 winners. Am I right?
sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What?
Are there 5 sinners? Or is it 4? I forgot. There's Vetterfulnir, there's Rarier, there's Reinsdaughter, there's the fucking politician guy, and there's sort of Logi. Yeah. What's the politician guy's name again? Horoptatir. Right. Please check the emote. Fine. I will. If it's a bad emote, I will be disappointed in you. Okay, that's a good emote. No, because it's too small. You can't really tell what. Well, maybe I don't know. I'll try it. But it has to look good in chat. Otherwise I'm not keeping it. Okay, it's not loading for me. GG. Let me refresh chat. Nah, it's too small. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Arlo over. Okay, why is it just loading instead of removing it? Am I stuck with it? It's not letting me remove it. Oh, there it is. Last spam, okay. Don't act like you have an emotional attachment to an emote we added 30 seconds ago, buddy. Anyways, chat. I think that's gonna be it for today. Hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna post the Yahoda pre-release. Great. Look at this thumbnail. This is exactly what I had in mind. That's perfect. No stall. We already did the stall. Does Sam also do the thumbnails? Yeah. What should the title be? I don't like Will She Replace Sucrose? That's like too boring. Something Yehuda would say? Boss Neff, help me. This is Sucrose C0 I'm up against. Thoughts? Thoughts? Yeah, we should call it base Sucrose, you're right. This is base Sucrose I'm up against. How is it written when she calls her boss Neff? Is it just NEF? I think so, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, video has been posted, as usual. Wait, has it been posted? Yes, as usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. If you're too lazy, I understand. Here's a link. The new vid command was done too early, so it didn't register that. Rip Bozo.